It's okay, I have it on mute. Yes.
We'll call the meeting to order, and that's our financial advisor that you're seeing on the screen. We haven't started the meeting yet, Noe. You're not on the clock, are you?
I'm not, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting to order, and we'll give the invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag and to the Texas flag. If you'll join me, please. Our Father, we're grateful that you've given us another day, and we pray that you would lead us and guide us in the decisions that we make for the improvement and the betterment of our community. We continue to pray for those that are providing medical attention and care for those affected by the coronavirus. We pray for their speedy recovery and the healthcare workers and our first responders and all that are participating, and that we get back to a normal life as quickly as possible and that we can be productive. These things we ask in your name, amen. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll? And we want to make sure that the council members that are out in the cloud can hear us, so we want to listen to, make sure your microphones are on when you answer the roll call, please. Ms. Huerta?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Yeah, could we check those microphones? We could hear them because they were speaking loud enough we could hear them through the wall. I didn't hear them over the PA system. Paulette, we can hear you. Can say something there on yours?
Me?
Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
All right,
I'm
Gil, just say something so we can see if the PA is working or we just hear you through the door.
If you're talking to me, I'm not there.
No, I know where you are. Or I
Okay,
see,
I thought you
you're not
said
back there
Paulette.
because we don't have shutters like that.
I'm here. I thought he said Gil.
Here.
Yeah,
Can you hear us, Mayor?
yeah, okay, we can hear you on the PA system now. All right, thank you. All right, we've got the roll, and the other thing that I mentioned, Ms. Huerta asked me, and I can understand with their system like it is that to make sure that she's, for the record on votes, we'll ask for a roll call vote on each time we have a motion, because sometimes she's not sure she's hearing the right votes, and so that may take us a little longer, but at least that makes the record a little more accurate. Not that it didn't, but it just, there was confusion last week on some of the votes. So anyway, we'll get started. And obviously we're continuing in our coronavirus circumstances, and I'm going to ask City Manager as part of his manager's report to give us an update on that, if he would. And then I think we asked last week for kind of an update or a briefing on where we are on city finances and what impact the corona circumstances has done to the city. And I think people need to hear this and understand that everyone is being impacted. So, Mr. Manager.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to provide the financial update first, and then Annette Rodriguez, our health director, will be here to give us an update on the coronavirus.
Okay.
Okay, so in front of the council members, you should have this packet that we handed out this morning. It's just a white sheet of paper, COVID budget and financial update. And I believe the council members viewing from home should see it on their screens. So this provides us an update of our budget and finances in light of the COVID-19 situation. We know that it's had a tremendous impact on our local economy and certainly on the global economy. So it was developed with our team in-house, so that includes our budget department, our finance staff, myself, several of the executive team members in the city manager's office. But I did want to point out that we've reached out to others in the community, some of our key partners, to include the appraisal district, Nueces County tax assessor collector. We spoke with him on tax collections. Ian Vasey, who's listening, spent many hours actually over this weekend working with Eddie Houlihan, our budget director, and we've conferenced with him and his team, the Economic Development Corporation, to come up with some of these projections. Brett Oding, our new CVB director, has hit the ground running, and we're so glad he's here. He's given us some valuable insight and projections for the hut tax. And then you saw our financial advisor, Noe Inahosa. So we spent many hours with him over the past week or so, talking about our overall general fund, but also specifically our bond programs and debt that we have. And then we've used some other regional partners as well. So just as a quick recap on our budget, we know that when we look at our entire city budget, the operating and the capital budget, we were in a record-breaking year this year with a $1 billion budget, 1.075. The budget began on October 1 of 2019, and it'll go through September 30th, so we're about halfway into the budget. But as you can see in this chart, the general fund budget, which is our primary focus today, is $271 million. Our other budgets, our enterprise funds, to include our water, sewer, the airport, the hut tax, and so on, those are about 44% of that $1 billion budget. And then our capital program, which includes the voter-approved bond programs, debt issuances in our utility areas, airport, that's $328 million. Okay, so that's the $1 billion for the 1 year. And then when we look closely at our general fund budget, more specifically, that's what I'm going to focus on this morning. That budget, as we just saw, was $271 million. The key thing I want to show you on this graph is that outer black ring, the outside ring, that shows the revenues that we have in our city's general fund budget. And if we begin at around the 11 o'clock position, you can see sales tax is just under 25% of our budget. And so naturally, having any reduction in sales tax is going to impact us pretty significantly. Property tax is 32% of our general fund budget. The category that's 35% called services, fines, and fees, that includes our solid waste monthly fee. It includes traffic tickets and beach permits. Those are three big sources in that category. And then other resources includes interest earnings, fund balance, and so on. So you can see we rely heavily on sales tax, property tax, and then some of those big service fees and other charges. The next thing I'm going to show you here is our revenue projections. We're focused mostly in this conversation today on our revenue impacts because of COVID-19. This looks a little busy, but there's three different things on this page here, or chart. The first is, what is our budgeted revenue? That's the top boxes in lighter blue. And then the middle section, that darker blue, is what are we anticipating to collect now, given the downturn because of COVID? And then that reddish color is the worst case, best case scenario in terms of a shortfall. So one good thing, as I mentioned, is we do have 6 months of the year done. So we actually have 6 months of collection, and what we're doing now is forecasting 6 months into the future. So if we go back to that light blue, our total revenue budget's $271. We anticipate in the budget to have collected $177 in those first 6 months, primarily because of property tax. And then the second 6 months, we expected to collect $94 million. And so when we look down now at the darker blue boxes, for the first half of the year, we actually collected just about $2 million shy of where we thought we would be, which under normal circumstances wouldn't be a big deal. We'll probably make it up in the next 6 months. So year to date, we've collected $175 million compared to $177 million. But the bigger focus is on what happens next, that second half of the fiscal year. So we've done a low collection estimate and a best case scenario collection estimate, a low and a high. That is, that is the projections there. So we thought we would, in the budget, we were hoping to collect 94 million for the next 6 months. The low is we'll collect 74 million, and the high, 81 million. I'm going to go over this in detail with you. This is just the first time we're seeing this, a big picture perspective. So when you compare it, if we collect that 257 million, will be worst case scenario 21 short in our revenues for the year. So that's the big picture scenarios, between 14 to 21 million, or 5 to close to 8% short in our revenues. So let's continue to look. There's a little more simplified view here. So again, on this table, the budgeted column, the 271 million is where we want it to be. The projected range from a worst case to a best case is we collect 250 to 257, or we're going to be 14 million to 21 million short. That's our first analysis on the revenues. So worst case scenario, 21 million short, best case, 14 million. Now let's look at each one of these real quick, just the three big revenue sources, so we can understand this. So in property tax, remember that was about a quarter of our revenues, the property tax. Let me just double check here. The property tax is actually 32% of our revenue, so a little over a quarter. The bills are sent out in October, right, for the property tax payments, and the due January 31st before any penalty and interest kicks in. So naturally, people pay most of their property tax bill by January, and that was true for this year as well. Most people have made payments. Some will drag in for the rest of the year. We've collected through March 31st, 95% of the budget, close to 82 million. Right, so fortunately for this year, the property tax revenues are in. The COVID doesn't have much of an impact. Typically, in the last 6 months, we'll collect about 3.8% of the budget. And based on that collection rate of 3.8% for those remaining 6 months, if we hold that, then we'll be 832,000 under budget. But if we develop a worst case scenario, say we're 20% short in these next couple of months, then it would be a $1.5 million impact to our budget, right? A couple of things to point out that are just good to know, and we'll be working with the council on these moving forward over the next couple of months, is that in November, the voters approved up to a 6-cent rate increase in our property taxes to pay for residential streets. And that was to be done over a 3-year period with no greater than a 2-cent increase in any 1 year. And so that was approved in 2016. In 2017, Harvey hit, and so we didn't do that. The city didn't do that first 2-cent increase. However, the first one was done in 2019. In this budget that we approved this year, we recommended and the council approved the second 2 cents. So we're up to 4 cents of an increase for residential, and all that money goes for residential street rehabilitation. We had contemplated, and I think we had initial conversations with the council to increase that final 2 cents in the 2021 budget. But I think it's a safe recommendation at this point to say we're probably not going to recommend that, given the economic downturn. So we may hold off on that last 2 cent rate increase and talk about it some more, and then come back maybe in 2022 with that. That'll be additional money for residential streets. One other thing to point out, though, and just to remind us that the voters also in 2016 approved that 2018 bond program that's being developed, or not developed, but being implemented today. And on the ballot, the voters had a choice to increase the debt service rate to do even more projects. And that was approved. And so that to do those additional projects, there was a 2 cent rate increase in the property tax for the debt service side, or the interest and sinking loan, as they call it. That 2 cents hasn't been increased yet. The plan is to do it for this budget coming up for 2021. So for the October 1 budget that council will consider, to be able to pay for these projects that the voters approved, we would increase the debt service tax rate by 2 cents this October. Okay, let's turn to sales tax now. That's really the most troublesome one, I guess, the one that's most volatile given the downturn. Just want to educate you real quick on how the sales tax works. If you look at that box, the first line there, March, April, May. So we won't, March means that's when the customer pays the sales tax in March, we won't see that money until May. There's a lag time. After the month ends, businesses still have some time to turn the money into the state, and then the state sends it back to all the cities in the state. So the sales tax that was collected in March for the month that just ended, right? The prior, well, a couple, not just ended, but ended in March. We won't see that check until May. There's a 2-month lag, basically. So that's just some quick background so you'll understand. What we did to develop sales tax, and this is where Ian Basie came in, is that we reviewed each of they call them industry sectors. So there's about 20 categories you can think about it in sales tax, of how the state and we track it. Categories like retail, restaurants, cell phone and cable TV. And so instead of just doing an across the board assumption on what we may not collect, we looked at each one of those categories, because some, like our cell phones and cable, those are still, people aren't canceling those services, right? And we'll most likely get a good portion of that sales tax. But things like restaurants where they're closed, it's likely we're gonna get less sales tax. So we looked at each one of those 20 sectors and then came up with what you'll see on the next slide, which is the estimate. And this is a good graph. So you can see on the graph, the top solid line is the budget. And then the line below it, the solid one is the actuals that we received to date. And then the dotted lines have two scenarios, a worst case scenario, which is the more circular line. And then the dashed line is a better case scenario. So the variance that we project on sales tax to budget is anywhere from $9.3 million to $13 million that we won't collect because of the COVID turndown. The assumptions that Ian and Eddie and others worked on, and including myself, include obviously a big dip in April, and then a little bit of a recovery in May and June, and then things start to come back a little bit in July and August. We're obviously going to have to monitor this weekly, and we may come back and things may not look as good in June, July, or August, and that would have an impact. So this is based on what we know today. Some estimating, working with Ian, and in particular looking at all those sectors. So that's the biggest hit, anywhere from $9 to $13 million in lost revenue. Solid waste is another big area in our general fund. And while people may be paying their monthly bills, a big part of this utility revenue comes from the waste haulers that commercially use our landfills to dispose of commercial waste. And so as you can see in that pie chart, $11 million of our total budget in solid waste fees of $42 million come from private waste hauling disposal at the landfills. And it makes up 26% of that revenue stream. Solid waste staff, working with our budget staff, anticipate that is going to be the area where we'll have an impact, anywhere from $1 to $2 million basically, and reduce revenue. You can see in the next chart that the waste haulers, in the last 3 weeks at the landfill, we saw already a 15% reduction. And some of the waste haulers can offset commercial waste, say from restaurants and so on, by other customers like apartments, multifamily, but others may not be able to do that. So this is another one where we're going to have to use data to refine the projection. But that's one where we'll see about a $1 to $2 million loss in revenue. And then finally, in our other revenue streams, that was at one of those slices in the pie, but it's still pretty significant. There's kind of a story in each one of these. These are the biggest ones that are shown, but we expect a shortfall in these areas from anywhere from 3 to close to 5 million on top of the sales tax and the solid waste fee. So that first one, our ambulance supplemental payment program, that's an amount of money that we would realize over the past couple of years. It comes to us through the state, and it helps to supplement our EMS transport dollars. We budgeted an amount, and it looks like regardless of COVID, we're not going to get it, this 1.5 million. And so on the high and the low scenario both, we're not going to get that money, it seems, this year. We'll have to get more information as to why that exactly is. And then on the EMS transport fees, we're seeing a reduction in transports, right, and calls. Either persons are afraid to get picked up and go to the hospital, or they're being more cautious. They're using telemedicine. People, yes, Mayor?
this ambulance supplemental payment program,
Right.
I mean, when we took that program on, I mean, those funds were spent for capital programs, they're not for reoccurring programs, is that right?
I think so. Like in this budget, we use them to buy a new ambulance device.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
mean, if we don't get it, it was for a capital project and not for operating expenses.
Right, yeah, it's more geared toward
Okay.
those one-time expenditures.
Okay.
So on the transport fees, people are using telemedicine and other means, and so we're seeing a downturn in our calls. Liquor by the drink, this is the heavy liquor that's bought at stores, and so or at restaurants, I should say. And so while people may be consuming beer and other things that they buy say, at a store, this is from bars and restaurants.
You open
Right.
them back up, it may skyrocket.
I know. Yeah, that one we're hoping will. But so with less traffic out there, there's impacts to our police towing and storage, and then also on the general fines below. There's less tickets for traffic enforcement. The city participates with several school districts for an after-school program known as that latchkey program, and parents pay a small fee, and so that's obviously closed. It's been closed, so we'll see a downturn in revenue there. And then some vital statistic fees and other areas. So in this other area, the other revenues, it's anywhere from 3 to 5 million revenue loss is our projection. So let's talk a little bit now about how can we address this impact that we're saying is anywhere from 14 to 21 million today, and it could get worse, it could get better, but that's what we're saying today. One thing I wanted to walk you through is our general fund reserves, and this is something we were going to meet with you on anyway, and more so to show you the closeout of the 2019 fiscal year. It had a great impact on our financial reserves. So just to walk us through it, for just some background again, our general fund balance as of 9/30/18, almost 2 years ago, was 55 million. The additional fund balance with the closing of the 2019 books is 23.3 million. This may be the first time you've seen this number, but this is a tremendous boost for us here. 23 million, it's the result of the 2019 year spending less and maybe revenues coming in better. In particular, a big payment for some of the Harvey expenditures. We got a several $1 million check that was deposited late in the fiscal year. And so that helps with that 23 additional $1 million. So when we closed out last fiscal year, for last September 30th, 2019, that fiscal year, our ending balance is at $78.6 million, right? That's much greater than our 20% policy that we have. That top sentence up there, City Council approved in our financial policies that we look at every year, a 20% rainy day fund or reserve in our general fund. And that in and of itself is pretty decent. A lot of Texas cities don't have that goal. We have that goal. So a 20% reserve goal would be 54 million. The general fund balance with the closing of and the completion of the CAFR that's certified by our external auditors is 78 million. So we have a fund balance in excess of the 20% of 24.4 million. So that's a great potential revenue source for us for one-time type things. Noe, who we spoke with, as I mentioned, several days in a row here, says that he thinks this is the best financial position the city of Corpus Christi has been in, he said, in its history. I don't think he's that old, but needless to say, I mean, given the fact that we're well over the 20% mark speaks to itself. So 24 million in excess of what we thought we would be at is a good story. But when we look at the next page, these are some of the initial solutions. Today, for the past 2 weeks or so, we are focused on the revenues, and we're beginning to focus on our expenditures next. This would take care of about the low end of the shortfall potential. We know it can go up to over 20, so this is 11, close to $12 million in ways that we would reduce spending to help fill that gap of the revenues. On the low end, it's 14 million. On the high end, it's 21. So around this time every year, the departments are reevaluating what their spending will be in the fiscal year. And we don't always spend 100% of our budget. So right now it's looking like we'll spend about 98%. This is pre-COVID, really. So that's $5 million that we'll have from that. We put into place a week ago approximately a process to slow the filling of vacancies. We have a 10 to 18% vacancy rate in various departments, and so we didn't put a hiring freeze in place, but rather we're going to use a technique that we've used in other places, which is a vacancy review committee. And so anybody wanting to fill a non-essential position, this doesn't include firefighters and police officers as an example, but anybody wanting to fill one has to submit a form to a review committee that includes somebody from my office, finance, and the budget office. They'll review the request to fill that vacancy to see is it really warranted and can we afford it and should we fill it. And that committee will meet every 2 weeks, so that process in and of itself will slow the filling of vacancies. And it's meant not to stymie improvements and services, but rather to try to come up with some savings. So we anticipate for the next 6 months that'll generate about 2.8 million in savings in our general fund by slowing the filling of vacant positions. We may recall that when we negotiated the police contract, there was a approved adjustment in the retirement payout for retirees that are in the Texas Municipal Retirement System. That we went from a 70% COLA for retirees to a 30% COLA, cost of living increase. And so by adjusting that annual cost of living increase to that 30%, that saves us $2.3 million in the general fund, so we could use that to help balance this gap. Then there's some expenditures that we're going to save because of COVID to include fuel. Obviously, unfortunately, with the fuel prices dropping, we'll save some money there. Our electric bills we anticipate to be a little lower, especially with things being closed. And our travel budget, we've eliminated pretty much all non-essential and even essential travel at this point. There's a lot of checkpoints that have to be done. And persons have to be quarantined potentially for 14 days when they get back. So travel spending is way down. And we have an economic development agreement also that'll save us some money there as well. So when you look at these initial recommendations and solutions, that's about close to $12 million that'll help us reduce that spending. We know, and I know more than anything, that we have to live within our means. We're running a business here just like any other business the city is. And so we're going to be mindful of the revenues and live within that. We can't, by law, fortunately, unlike the federal government, we have to have a balanced budget, and we can't spend beyond our means. We don't borrow money to stay afloat and to pay operating expenses. So that's an initial assessment. We'll have more in our meeting on the 12th when we come back in May. I'll begin to show the council, and maybe even before then via a memo of correspondence. So that was a general fund. I'll just quickly go through some of the other funds that are sales tax dependent. And the Crime Control District is the first one. This one is exclusively used to fund 63 police officer positions. It's a sales tax funded initiative approved by the voters. And the total budget of $7.5 million pays for those 63 officers. It's pretty much all salaries and other operating expenses in there. We expect that this would have a shortfall of 1.1 to 1.6 million. Now this fund, which is separate from the general fund, has a $4.9 million fund balance. And so we think that we can use that to help offset the shortfall that we'll see here of 1.1 to 1.6. And it would still leave a pretty significant fund balance. So that's the initial recommendation for that one. We have the Type A and the Type B boards. Those are sales tax driven, but they're very discretionary in nature. There's no recurring programs. And so when we look at the Type A fund, we know that that has 1/8 cent each for the seawall and the arena funds. There's two different funds. We expect a 2.6 to a 3.6 shortfall in both of those because of sales tax collections. But the Seawall Fund has a $45 million fund balance today, and the Arena Fund has a $19 million fund balance. Those are easier to control. We just will stop doing some of the projects that we anticipated doing. On the Type B Fund, that is just 1/8 cent for that, with a $7.7 million annual budget for sales tax. That one, just to remind everybody, 50% of those revenues go to economic development, basically business and job development. $500,000 goes to affordable housing, and then the remainder goes to neighborhood streets, arterial and collector street projects. And so that one, similarly, we're projecting a 1.3 to close to $2 million in less funding. There is an unreserved balance there of 8.3 million. So we'll do a combination of not doing some of the economic development initiatives, but we do have enough to send the money over to the streets fund, and we're recommending to continue to do that using that 8.3 million in fund balance. Okay, and then the hut tax one, this one, Brett Oding helped us on. He's looking at revenues and has great data to really forecast what's going to happen. We need to refine this a little bit more, but working with him over the weekend, what we expect here is anywhere from a $3 to a $4.2 million shortfall in this area. Our hut tax collections are about 5.3 million. About 15.4 million in total. We've already collected about 5 for the first 6 months, and we've done similar analysis looking at the low collection and the highest collection and compared that to the budget. And so we think that the shortfall could be $3 to $4 million in this area. This one's going to be a little tougher to balance because there's less program areas, right? In the general fund, we have 32 business areas. This one only has a few. You can see some of them listed here. The CVB budget gets $5 million out of this $15 million annually. Our convention center for operations is 4.6. We have debt for the convention center, 2.3 million. And then beach cleaning is a general fund kind of activity, about $2 million. So we do have on the next chart some initial reductions of 1.5 million. We're obviously going to have to come up with more because this is a $3 to a $4 million hit. But Brett Oding has already worked with his team to reduce some of the advertising budget expenditures and reduce travel in other areas. So he's confident that they can reduce spending by $1 million. And then we can also reduce our transfer to the convention center visitors fund, or convention center, and use the visitors fund reserve balance that's there. We'll explain that more in the May, but that's about 1.5 million there that'll begin to help. Okay, we're almost done here. We're gonna shift to the bond programs real quick, and we want to bring your attention to these as well, because on May 12, there's going to be an item on the council agenda. It was planned pre-COVID to bring these items forward to issue some of our bonds for our bond program, and then also do some refinancing, both in the general fund side and the utility side. So let me just walk you through this real quick. So the sale of general obligation bonds for our 2018 bond program is planned to take place in May 12. We will come to City Council to request authorization to issue $96 million to fund basically the 2018 bond program. And as I mentioned, this bond program did include a voter-approved increase in that INS rate of 2 cents. That would be considered for the 2021 budget. Now, some what do you call it, silver linings, I guess, is the refinancing of some of our debt. And so when this first happened, the mayor and I talked, and the mayor said, hey, with the downturn in some of these interest rates, we should look at refinancing, and we had planned to do that anyway, but NOE's been plugged in because we're looking at refinancing up to $140 million in some of our existing debt. And when we refinance it with a lower interest rate, that basically frees up capacity where we can issue more bonds or pay off our debt quicker. We are at this point still recommending we go forward in development of a 2020 bond program. And we think that with some of the benefits of the refinancings and our current projections, we can do a bond program for $120 million. The high end of that, we'll talk to you more about it in a future meeting, is higher than 120. So the 120 is somewhat of a conservative recommendation at this point, but we think we ought to probably stick there. So we can still do a bond program, and the refinancings will help us do that. So 140 million there. And then when we look at the utility side, this is our water, wastewater. We're going to come to the council on May 12 also to request issuance of 110 million in utility revenue bonds. These have been planned, they're part of the budget. They're for improvements to our water infrastructure and wastewater systems. And then also today we're going to talk about the it's not the issuance of, but it's the approval for an application for the eventual issuance of $220 million for a desalination plant, and that would be through the Texas Water Development Board program, where we would benefit with low interest rates. And then also we're looking to refinance revenue bond debt in this area. We can refinance up to $250 million and basically have better interest rates and realize savings in that operation, which means we can either do more improvements or keep our rates lower. Okay, so that was a lot of material, but some of the next steps coming forward is on May 12 in our next city council meeting, I'm going to do a similar briefing on some of our other funds, ones that we want to pay attention to especially. So the water and sewer funds, we're going to talk about, are there any impacts there from the monthly rate payers? Initially, we thought water consumption would be about the same or even more because more people are home, but what we're seeing is it's actually down, the water consumption, primarily because of the commercial accounts, right? When you think of it, they're the bigger draws of water. So we have to see it as that revenue reduction and maybe fewer bills getting paid. What does that look like? The airport fund, we've been working with them. Fortunately for them, the federal government in the CARES Act gave a stimulus check to the airport, and so that should help take them through the rest of this year. They're going to be pretty devastated, though, in terms of a business. It's going to be 1.5 to 2 years, they're estimating, before they recover to pre-COVID levels. We'll come back and do a little bit more work on the regular hut tax as well as the state hut tax. We need to talk about the convention center and arena funds. Matt Blasey's done a great job and cutting back on expenditures, keeping the building costs low. He has furloughed some employees, but he's also redirecting what was going to be dollars for capital expenditures and using those to keep some employees on the payroll so he doesn't have to rehire them all back when things turn around. And then we'll talk to you about some of these other agency budgets that we fund almost 90 or greater percentages, the CVB, the DMD, and then the Economic Development Corporation budget as well. Okay, so some of the next steps, though, that we're working on when it comes to the budget is that we will be developing budget strategies to reduce our spending. We know that revenues are going to come in less, so I've set up an executive level budget team. It's myself, some of my assistant city managers, Constance, people from budget, and using outside persons as well, like Ian and Brett Oding, to help us develop these strategies. We are going to meet weekly. It's going to be a recurring meeting every week, maybe a couple of times a week. We really have to use data and just see where the revenues are coming in, work with the state, and make good decisions going forward. We don't want to make a rash decision that can impact service and have negative implications. So we have a team in place, and we know we're going to meet every week to use data to help drive decisions. I'll be providing, as part of my city manager's reports from now on for the foreseeable future, it won't take this long, but updates to the council on our finances and budget. Every city manager comment, I'll do that from now on. And we'll be developing the 2021 budget soon as well. In fact, we probably would have already started had it not been for COVID, but that's coming up, and we'll share the budget calendars and some of the big strategies with the council as well. So that concludes this quick briefing. The PowerPoint's pretty well laid out. Camille and Eddie and the budget office did a great job, so this is something that you and the community can use. Both Eddie and Camille are available via WebEx, and I'm here as well if you have any questions, Mayor.
Let's go to the folks out in the cloud so we can make sure we don't overlook those. Anybody in the conference room have a question?
Not currently.
Okay, Ms. Wartho?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Peter, for these numbers and for the overview. This is very eye-opening and educational for us all.
No
Michael?
questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. I think that's everybody in the circle, right? All right, Mr. Roy?
Peter, I just wanted to commend you and your staff. I think this is necessary. I'm glad that we're looking at this and that we're on top of it and that we'll continue to have an update. And I think we're going to learn some things. I think it's going to be some surprises, but maybe not too many. And the other thing is I commend the staff on the fact that we've done such a good job as far as handling the budget, to date, so that this could have been a lot worse. And again, just thank you, and whatever we can do to continue to move right in the right direction. So, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Garza? Well, it's got Garza, okay, Mr. Garza, Mr. Smith.
Well, and I want to echo Councilman Roy's on there. You all have done a great job, and considering everything that we're facing with, this is, to me, a really good news report. That we've got substantial reserves sitting there, that we can still maintain our reserve balance, and if the numbers, your revenue projections, even on the high side, that at least for this current fiscal year, we can end the fiscal year up with our reserve balances, be able to conduct our business like we should. I think right now we don't have a handle on the virus, and I could see even higher than your range, though, on revenue, more impact than what's there. But it shows the positive of what we've done in this last several years, building our reserves. I know there's been a lot of pressure to spend down our reserves. But we sat there and said we need to save it for a rainy day. Storms are always in the back of our mind. We never dreamed of pandemic. But thank goodness that we have good fiscal priorities here. We have the reserves that we can help deal with this, and to staff being on top, taking those hard decisions that we need to make to take us not only 2020 in our 2021 budget coming up, because I think we'll continue to see a lot of impact. And one last thing is, do you know offhand when we recognize our sales tax income? Do we recognize it when we get the checks, or we recognize
We once we get the check, which is usually the first or second week of the month, we'll book it for the prior month.
okay?
But
So we're semi-accrual. We're halfway between cash and accrual.
Yeah, we book it in the prior month, and it's actually, though, for the 2 months ago's
2 months.
activity. Yeah.
So we'll continue to see impact in our next budget year on that,
Yeah.
not counting the effect of the energy sector.
I know. Yeah.
with it.
That energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Thank all staff for the really great work you're doing and helping get us through this crisis.
Thank you, Councilman.
Or any other comment? Well, I do appreciate it, and you guys put together a lot of work in a pretty short time from last week to this week. So either y'all are real smart, or you started a little earlier, which shows that you're even smarter to be thinking in anticipation, but I appreciate the numbers. I got a call this morning from Senator Cornyn's office, and we visited a little bit, and we asked him, as I understand it, in some of our conference calls with, as they say, the big city mayors, I'm kind of down at the bottom of the totem pole on that, but anyway, as you know, that federal, I think the CARES Act and some of those others, for cities or counties over 500,000, they deal directly with the federal government in terms of some allocation for relief. Mm-hmm. And I think those communities on their funding, if I'm not mistaken, and I think Senator Cornyn indicated he agreed with my understanding, and I know whether or not that's, but is that the funding they're getting can go to help the cities offset some of the damage they're incurring as a result of the coronavirus. Mm-hmm. But evidently some comments that have been made at the state level for those of cities and counties under 500,000, there's some question as to whether or not that those monies can go just to municipalities and county governments in general, or they have to be specifically identified as corona-related. Well, I think everything you presented to us today was pretty much corona-related. Yeah. But in the conversation with Senator Cornyn this morning, we asked him to really make sure, either in the existing legislation or in the next round, that there was no doubt in anybody's mind, so that 2 or 3 years down the road, they don't come back and say you misapplied the funds that we gave you. But I mean, I think there's absolutely nobody in their right mind could argue that the significant drop in sales tax and hotel motel tax and all of that is related to the coronavirus issues. But if we do get that, I don't know what that dollar amount will be from the state of the federal funds coming down, but that could go a long way to help us in this 18 to 20 to $25 million shortfall that would be significant to us. But he was very receptive to that, and then I invited him to be on our conference call this Friday with the mayors again so that he can hear all of us at the same time. I think we're all singing from the same page, even though several of the cities are over the 500,000. They really don't have our problem, but they're supportive of what we're asking, so that's good. Keep us advised on this, and this is something that's not going to go away, and this doesn't take into account anything of what we saw yesterday in the stock market and oil prices. I've never in my life, and I don't know that anybody has ever seen oil at a negative price.
Yeah, you're right, Mayor. It
And
doesn't, yeah.
That's going to impact our community maybe bigger than the Corona deal on the long-term basis, but based on how dependent we are on the oil and gas business and this sort of thing. So, but on the other hand, once people start driving, they get out, filling their cars with gasoline, they have little storage facilities, can take the storage and transport it, then I think that will go back up. But we're in for a pretty tough time here for the next several months, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
And that supply chain is being impacted. I mean, I've seen news reports where they're taking truckloads of milk and just dumping it out in the fields because they don't have there's no consumption with schools out, can't get the products to market, nobody's buying it, they can't, and there's an indication we need to get back to work because, we're slowly collapsing within if we don't pay attention to what's going on. So anyway, we thank you for this, and we're going to make it through there, but I think there's some tough decisions to make, and we're glad you're on board. So thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mayor.
Now you wanted-
I think Annette, oh, good. Okay, Annette's here. So Annette's going to give us all a quick update on the medical side of the COVID virus.
all right.
Okay.
So, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Annette Rodriguez. I am here to give you an update on the COVID-19, the testing process. We continue to have a lot of questions, and so I thought we'll just go through the whole process, and that way if there's questions, we can get them answered. Next slide. So the COVID-19, how does it all start for the Public Health District? It starts with the phone bank. So we started with one phone bank with about 6 individuals, kind of ramped that up to 8 individuals, and then we decided we needed 2 phone banks. We went to 3, we went to 4, we went to 5. At the end of it, we had between 30 and 45 call takers on those different phone banks in different locations in the health district. And I'm going to go through each one of these. A person under investigation, what is that? What does it mean? The Department Operations Center at the Health District, the drive-through actual collection site, our laboratory that's at the Health District, as well as the contact tracing that we do. Next slide. So at the phone bank. So our phone bank operators receive calls from the public for screening. So individuals are then screened for symptoms consistent with COVID-19. When CDC criteria for testing is met, the individual's information is then transferred to the PUI manager / the DOC, the Department Operations Center. So the calls, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the calls. So between March the 5th and March the 8th, what we saw from asking for the numbers from our IT people, where we had 19 calls coming in and 46 calls going out of the health district. The following week, March 9th through the 15th, we had 850 calls coming in and 1,743 calls going out. March 16th, we had 3,060 calls coming in and 1,032 calls going out. March 23rd, we had 1,244 calls coming in and 460 calls going out. We are seeing a decrease. I don't have the numbers to date, but we are seeing a decrease, which tells me that the public health mitigation strategies are working. So, because you're not seeing as much infection transmission in the community, which is a good thing. But like you said, the economy's impacted, and so we still need to be able to figure out how to balance this. Next slide. So it goes to the Department Operations Center. So the staff there at the DOC, and it's just, a conference room at the health district where we have our top public health individuals, and we're looking at all this information that's coming in. So they give us this, and we try to get a pre-approval for a person under investigation, which means that they meet the criteria. So what is the criteria? So, because CDC guidelines change every day. So it used to be that you had to have symptoms and fever, and that you had to have traveled to somewhere where there was a high number of infected individuals, or that you had to have symptoms and you had to have been exposed to a COVID-19 positive case, or you had to have symptoms and you were over the age of 65, or you had comorbidities, or that you had the symptoms and you had other issues going on, but nobody could ever tell you what the true etiology of the disease was. So it's changed, and so now if you have any of these symptoms and they appear, you think that maybe you got an exposure somewhere. A lot of people, and I'm just going to say this, are still traveling because we're still having calls. We just got back from Houston, and now I'm sick. And so between 2 to 14 days, so we still look at, oh, you just left, you went somewhere, you came back. And if they have fever, they can have any one of these. Fever, it's either subjective or confirmed, which means that they just feel like they have fever, or they actually checked it with a thermometer. They have a cough. They have shortness of breath, or they're having difficulty breathing. They have chills. They reported shaking due to chills, but they don't feel like they have a temperature. Muscle pain, body aches, headache, sore throat, a new loss of taste or smell, which is kind of indicative that you may not have as bad a coronavirus episode as others. Abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. So we're not asking anymore. You travel. We still ask, but it's not to meet the criteria. It's just to ask so we have that for our documentation. So going back to the DOC for a second, so they met the criteria. So then we call the Department of State Health Services so that we can get that pre-approval for the PUI. In the past, we used to have to get a state number from them, but they've kind of taken that away. We just let them know this is the individual that we need to screen, and so we actually issue them an identifying number. So the individuals then contacted the evening prior to, and we put them through our drive-through, which are either on Mondays or Thursdays at this time at 8 a.m. Next slide. So when you come through our drive-through, currently it's at the Old Memorial Hospital in the parking lot there. So the drive-through site is prepared by the participating departments, which are many. I'm going to just say the CCPD, the Health District, the Sheriff's Department, and the hospitals that participate currently are Driscoll and Christus Spohn. All staff directly involved are donned in personal protective gear, ready to go. Once the patient comes through the station, they're directed to the nurses, and the patient gets the nasopharyngeal swab and leaves. All specimens are then transferred to the Health District lab. And I actually brought, because everybody asked me, what is a testing kit? How many testing kits do you have? The Health Department has never had testing kits before because we're not primary care. The testing kits have been coming from the hospitals. Either Driscoll brings them or Spohn brings them. But I did get a call this morning from Mary at the State Operations Center, and she's sending me 500 testing kits. So testing kits are on the way. A testing kit looks like this. This is what we call the VTM, and this is the nasal swab. So without a nasal swab, I can't do it. And so some of the swabs we were running short at sometimes the VTM, you're running short. The swab goes all the way into the back of the nose, very high up, the nasopharyngeal, and then they snap it off, and then they put it in here and they close it up. So this is a testing kit, one testing kit. Next slide. The laboratory testing. The sample is received. So at the health department, we have what you all know as a biological safety laboratory. So CDC has a biological safety laboratory 4. We have a biological safety laboratory 3, one level below CDC. There's 10 of them in the state of Texas, and we're one of those. So very fortunate that we applied for those right after 9/11. So the sample's received and it's prepared for testing by our staff. The laboratory uses the polymerase chain reaction. You know it as the PCR test, which is considered the gold standard. That's the best test out there to find out if you're positive or negative. The specimen is prepped and extracted. Per each extraction, it takes approximately 30 minutes. So I brought you an extraction kit, the nucleic acid, because people say, you're running out of nucleic acid. So, and I've gotten all these emails about, we have more acid if you need it. And I'm like, don't bring me any acid. But I need extraction kits that have nucleic acid in it. And that's what this looks like. So we just received some recently, so now we have 300. I had been reporting that we were close to like 40 left. And so if we run one drive-through, we could be out of the 40, just depending on how many people come through the drive-through. Right now, currently, I have 31 people signed up for the drive-through for Thursday. But today's Tuesday still. So the extraction kit, they use that. They also use samples per plate. They use a plate that only holds 21 samples. And I brought a copy of that because at the beginning, very early on, we were running out of extraction kits. I mean, of sample plates. These are the sample plates. So, and the sample plates that they use have 21 on there. And then they have an additional 5 or 6, but it's only for the controls. So they can only put 21 samples. At the beginning, we kept saying, because we only had like 10. So we're like, we don't want to do 2 tests. We want to do 21 tests to optimize our resources. But this is what the plate was looking like. Now we have over 1,000. They've sent them to us, so we have plenty of plates. So. The PCR machine runs the samples. Once the test is completed, the data is interpreted by the microbiologist, and then they result out those reports to the DOC, the Department Operations Center, to ourselves. A positive case report is submitted to DSHS within 24 hours. Next slide. So here again, the picture is the viral transport medium. We call it the VTM. The lab technician we have at the health district, Raymond Martinez, he's pipetting samples for testing, and then the plates there for the PCR. Next slide. So there's the extraction machine. They actually use 2 machines. One machine is for extracting the RNA from the DNA, and that goes in this machine. And then there's a second machine that they put the wells into, and that actually results out the test. It gives you a parameter, and then the microbiologists determine those results based on the parameter. Next slide. Once they give us the results, so it's negative, that's the end of the story. We call them, we tell them they're negative, everybody's happy, that's over. If it's positive, then we start what we call our contact tracing. So an individual that has a positive test for COVID-19 is called the index patient. So that's the first patient. The index patient is contacted to conduct a tracing interview. So we determine how the index patient became infected by asking questions. Have you traveled anywhere recently? Do you have a known contact to another COVID-19 positive case, maybe a family member? So we also try to determine who else is at risk by asking about where's your place of employment. So who else lives in the household? Who's your medical provider? Have you gone to see them recently? Because they may have exposed somebody there. And other frequented venues. So did they go anywhere? Did they put gas? We've talked about all these before. So place the phone calls to the person. So now we're calling those contacts that they've listed. We're getting phone numbers, and we place those phone calls to the persons who may have come in contact with the index patient. And then we find the symptomatic contacts, and the cycle starts again. And they go. We sign them up for the drive-through. They go through the drive-through, and then we do all their contacts. So it's this continuous cycle of trying to get everybody that possibly has COVID-19 in our community to make sure that we can keep the spread of disease from just continuing. So that's all I have. If y'all have any questions.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Annette, did I understand right? You listed the symptoms when you make the call, a variety of symptoms. Last week, they had to have it had to be travel-related. Are we dropping that, or are we still requiring that?
No, we're dropping that, so.
Okay, so anybody that's symptomatic, we're not asking, we're asking, but we're not requiring. So
That's right.
today, we are testing anybody that's symptomatic.
Yes,
Well,
that is correct.
That's really great news on there
Right.
with it. So, it doesn't matter if you're 30 years old and healthy and never been anywhere, you have symptoms, you'll be tested, which
That's
is
correct.
a
So-
big change.
It is so. But we also know that we're limited on the number
Yeah.
of specimens we have, but
your
we're,
inventories are rising.
They're
Another great news. So
Absolutely.
you've got 4 different things. You run out of any one of them, you're toast. But
Right.
you've got better inventories.
Right.
How are we doing on the private side? The hospitals, now I understand Spawn has got a program going, $35 for a test. It's an antibody test, correct?
well, I think Spawn, what I've heard right now is they're only doing it for healthcare workers, so
Yeah.
it's kind of an
And
in-house.
some others.
Yes,
Okay.
and there are others out there, actually, I think we've heard a lot about Abbott.
Mm-hmm.
And so Abbott, DSHS, the Department of State Health Services, actually sent us an Abbott kit. And so we started looking at that as well. It looks a lot like this VTM, the first kit I showed you, except the test tube is empty, so it's a dry one. It's a 20-minute, and so we were all excited because we were like 20 minutes. The microbiologists don't like it as well as the others because it has a lot of room for error and for aerosolization. The problem is not whether they like it or not. The problem is that the validity, we've been trying to test for the efficacy, a 20-minute test, and we've gotten between a 40 and 75% validity on it. And that one is specific. So DSHS sent it to us. It's very specific. It's for a nursing home. If we have like somebody that we think in the nursing home may be infected, or a healthcare worker, that's specific for a first responder. But again, with that type of margin of error, that's not something I'm going to use for a nursing home facility. I'm going to use the PCR gold standard.
Well, thank you all for all the work you're doing, and like I say, we've got a test on this, and the fact now that we are testing anybody symptomatic in this county is great news. All you have to do is call 826-7200, right?
Yes, that's
Uh-huh.
true. That's the number.
And if you're not symptomatic, you can call your doctor, and they can order a test for any reason that they so please. Is that right?
Well, they can, and a
Yeah.
lot of is being done by telemedicine, but yes, they can call the 361-826-7200 and we can get them through the drive-through.
Okay. Thanks, Annette.
You're welcome.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rodriguez, what about the contact tracing for the private sector? Does any of that get done? We're not, I know we have a difficult time getting informed by the private sector that's doing the testing.
Oh.
So does that information get away from us with regard to finding out how the contact was made?
Oh, no, not actually, because all positives are reported to the health district. That's a law. And so we're getting all those positives. And we're doing contact tracing for all of them. So we shouldn't be missing any. And we're very fortunate. We have Spawn nurses that actually were doing like elective surgeries. And since they're not doing their elective surgeries currently, they're helping us with the contact tracing. So right now they've concluded all contact tracing for our 90 cases except for one. And so that's the best thing you can do in public health to try to, keep the disease from spreading around, is to do your contact tracing, make sure you don't miss any, and those people that are symptomatic, get them tested quickly.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. My question is in regards to we had one death related to the coronavirus here in Nueces County. And I still don't understand it. What I do understand is that this patient tested positive and then subsequently was released because they tested negative, but then they were readmitted for other complications.
Mm-hmm.
How do those other complications, how are they related to the coronavirus?
Well, and that's a great question, but, it's not so much, there is that relationship, I mean, people come in, they have the comorbidities, high blood pressure, diabetes, all those other things. And we've said before that with this disease, that for whatever reason, it seems to compound the diseases and seems to make them more progressive, if you will, and especially in the older population. And so while we're not saying that a cause of disease was COVID-19, because like you said, they were positive, and then they were negative, and they were discharged, so they were doing better, they were fine, they left, and then later, subsequently, got readmitted, and patients get readmitted all the time, and then subsequently passed away. And so you still have to report it as a COVID-19 related death. Part of that is also for tracking purposes. For public health, we look at cause of death. There's two causes. One is the primary cause and one's the secondary cause. And so on the primary cause, you may have COPD or you may have acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. You may have those, but as a secondary cause, you should always put, especially when you have a novel virus, you should put past COVID-19 positive. So that way when we're doing the statistical analysis by DSHS, they're able to pull those certificates to learn more about the diseases.
Got it. That makes a little bit more sense now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Roy?
Yes, thank you for your report. Have we heard anything more in terms of, I know that they were looking at treating with, I guess, serum from patients that were recovered, that have recovered, and using that as far as helping patients that just came down with COVID-19. Have we heard anything on that in terms of the community and treatment success or on that?
And so actually we have, and we've had everybody, I'm going to say, that has recovered from the Nueces County population, they have all wanted to donate their blood. So some can't. If you're a female and you've had children, you could have an antibody in your system, and it's called HLA, and then you can't. And that's just a 50-50 chance that you may have it. But everybody has wanted to. And so they've donated blood if they were eligible, and we've given blood to COVID-19 patients, and they've actually showed really good results. So, I mean, again, all of this is early on, but we're talking about ICU patients on the ventilator, and now they have convalescent plasma that has antibodies in it. Of course, they have other drugs also that they're giving as well, but they start showing improvement. And so we're like, hey, if it works, give them more. So, and they do. They actually give them. I didn't know how often they give them, so they'll give them, and then they'll wait a day, and then they'll give them another one, a unit, and then they'll wait a day, and they may even give them a third unit. And so we've seen some really good results at this point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, in the conference room, any questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor, and Ed, I know I had mentioned this the last couple of weeks about our planning for reopening and the kind of information we're looking forward to from the governor. But I know not one size is going to fit all for all the cities in the state of Texas, so ours is going to be a unique situation. Have you had conversations with people from the state and locally, such as the Corpus Christi Restaurant Association, in terms of coming up with plans and guidelines for reopening?
We haven't talked to the Restaurant Association, but we have talked with the state on, what the plan might look like. And so we're all, thinking very hard about how this is going to work, what part we will, play in it, and how we can help to continue to try to keep the number of infections as low as possible. We know that the strategies work, the social distancing, the stay at home, the wearing the mask, but there will not be the stay at home, when that opens up. But people can still social distance. People can still wear a mask. And so we need to come up with plans, and we're doing it for our health department, for ourselves first. If we can't do it for ourselves, how do we expect to be able to do it for other people? So we're coming up with ways. Is it going to be a double shift? Because if somebody comes in and if they potentially expose one of our workers, we don't want the whole health department to be out. So we're trying to figure out, are we going to split, morning and afternoon? How are we going to do it? Are we going to do 7 days a week? So are we going to do still some at home and some in? So all of those things we're looking at, and we'd like to be able to help the community as much as possible. We have actually talked about the restaurants and what we're going to do, or what our plans are for the restaurants. We haven't talked to them, but we've been talking about them because we do permit the restaurants. And so we know how many large restaurants we have, how many middle-sized restaurants, based on the number of employees and the permit fees that they pay. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to have like at least 4 or 5 days leeway before the restaurants open, so we can actually take a peek in there and see if the plan that they have is a good plan to be able to still social distance, because we think that's going to be really important to keep that social distancing going as long as we can, to keep the hospitals from being overrun.
Well, I know the Restaurant Association, the Texas Restaurant Association, has come up with a kind of a self-regulating plan for them that they've submitted to the state. I'm not sure if if that has been transpired locally, but if you can make sure you reach out to our local Restaurant Association rep. I believe her name is Snapka, but it's one of those things that we want to not delay it as much as we
Definitely.
We don't want to have much of a delay from the time that they were given the reopening. So if we can get some of those things in place ahead of time, I think we'd be better for it economically. As you can tell from our report from the city manager, our sales tax revenues are going to hurt significantly. So the sooner we can help our businesses and give them guidelines to reopen, not only them, but retail, the better off we'll be. So I thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Okay,
Mayor, I've got one. Rudy Garza.
Okay,
My question is, I'm a little concerned about those folks that provide personal care, the barbers, the cosmetologists, the people that do beauty salons and nail salons. Can't we come up with a plan that incorporates some of the best practices that first responders or the healthcare workers or the healthcare professionals are utilizing, so that we can put them back to work? At some point, those folks are, they're gonna survive this thing, but they're gonna starve to death. I mean, we've got to come up with some ideas or some rules that are gonna allow them to be able to provide the services they provide and still be able to be safe and take care of their clients.
And I agree with that completely as well, because, especially for women that are getting older and our hair comes and it starts to gray, we need those people back in work. So,
Or your nails.
you did say it does need to be done safely. And so there you are, very correct. And so, the best thing we can think of right now is, because there are some things that you have to come in close proximity to people. And so wearing a mask on both sides, the person that's actually cutting your hair or coloring your hair, and the person that's actually, receiving that as well. So on both sides, and being vigilant about washing your hands before and after, and being vigilant about cleaning off the areas, especially when you're doing nails and other things. Our hands are all over the place. And so making sure that we're disinfecting properly are going to be key, because I think what we saw was we started out really strong, and then we kind of started, not doing these things as often because we had other things that came into play. And we need to get back into, we have to do all of them if we're going to be able to get back to work and, be successful.
Well,
I have a
think
comment,
you've done a
Mayor.
good job. I mean, the
Oh.
community's done
Are
a
you
great
through, Rudy?
job so far.
excuse me?
And so I'm gonna let Paulette, go ahead, Paulette, I'm done.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, Rudy. I didn't know you were, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna finish up saying that based on the numbers that I see, 90% positive. I know that our testing has been a little bit slow, but I think the biggest barometer is that we only have 4 or 5 people that are currently hospitalized. And so again, we've been able to keep a big, huge, I'm gonna say pressure from exhausting our healthcare resources and taking care of the really, really sick people. Even if our testing has not been as much as we would like to have been, the end result is that the distancing, the social distancing and the precautions that we're taking are working, in not creating a big, huge healthcare disaster. So I think we have to see how we can look at going forward, how we take the right precautions and still open up our business, back to doing what they do best, which is work. All right, so that's my last comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Guajardo?
Okay. Thank you. So yes, I'm not going to show y'all my nails, but I second that, Rudy. And then a couple of things. So back to the testing, the criteria is opened up now. Is there any chance of that going backwards? Because the reason so it was said that we don't have enough, there's a shortage of tests. So the new criteria would allow obviously more testing to take place. That won't go backwards though, will it, based on any kind of shortage of testing moving forward?
I don't foresee that happening. So, because the main thing was when you had that travel connection, they started looking at, not just those areas like we think of Wuhan, China, Italy, Spain, et cetera. They started talking about anywhere you have community-acquired transmission. Well, when you're talking about community-acquired transmission, we have it here. And so travel really is taken out of the picture. And so, no, we don't see it going backwards. We only see it, going forward. So we do need to make sure that we have enough testing kits to be able to test the population that needs to be tested. So, but with that said, we don't want everybody to come in if they just, they have stomach cramps, but they know that once a month they have stomach cramps. We don't need to be testing them for those types of things. It's something that they actually think this is affiliated with COVID-19.
Right, okay. And then the second question I had is regarding nursing homes. How have we looked into that based on some of the other things going on around us in terms of nursing homes?
Absolutely, absolutely. We've had a couple of, scares where we've jumped in and we've talked very sternly with our nursing homes. Part of the problem that they have, and I've been thinking hard on this one as well, is that they have a lot of their workers that work at 2 or 3 nursing homes. So just to be able to make enough money to make ends meet, which is so very unfortunate. So in one of the nursing homes, we asked that they institute a policy that said they had to pick a primary. So I'm only going to work at this one. Because again, it's kind of like our plan with the health district. How do you keep the whole, facility from becoming infected very quickly? And if you have an individual that's working at 2 or 3, they could potentially infect 2 or 3 facilities. And so we are going to be meeting. We're going to do a Zoom with all the nursing home administrators, and we're going to have this conversation again because we need to figure out, can they pay them more? Can they pay them overtime and they stay at one facility? But the other facilities have to be talking to each other so they know who these individuals are and so they don't try to do this.
Okay, great. And thank you guys. Thanks for all the work you're doing there at the lab and all your team, because I know y'all work some long hours.
I think it's lab week too, so I have to say a shout out to our lab personnel, yes, because they're like, it's lab week. We're like, yes, we love y'all. So they've done an awesome job. There's just a few people, but they work hard and they, do everything they can to make sure that we get those test results out, because otherwise they know we're right there breathing on them. So thank you to all the microbiologists and health lab staff.
Great.
Okay, Michael? Mr. Hunter?
No, I'm all right, Mayor. Thank you for the report. I really appreciate all the hard work y'all are doing. Please help us continue to develop a plan to reopen some of these businesses that are hurting if there's any way possible. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. I think that's everybody, right? All right. Well, I think the governor has got a press conference scheduled for the 27th, which is Monday.
That's correct, Mayor.
And I think, at least the chatter and I've heard, is that will be a day that he will kind of outline what he thinks the path forward is in terms of reopening. Mm-hmm. My feeling is you give the private sector the go-ahead, I think we're way underestimating their ability to get moving. And they know that they've got to be safe. The Restaurant Association, Gil mentioned them, they've got a plan in place. I think the governor's probably going to adopt that. He referenced it in his last press conference. Rudy, we're trying to get where you can go back and get a haircut. These people they've got a living to make too. I think everybody's ready, willing, and able to do what it takes to keep people safe. And I'm looking forward to the governor's press conference because I think he's going to lay out a pathway forward so that we can get back to work. But thank you for your work. We'll keep it up. We want to stay safe and healthy, but we appreciate it. So now, get back to work.
Thank you. Okay. Take my little kids with me.
All right.
These are precious.
All right, on our agenda, public comment. That completes the city manager's report, does it?
It does, yes, Mayor. Thank you. I want to thank Annette, too, and her team. They continue to show how important public health is for our community, so thank you.
All right. Then that gets us down to public comment. Ms. Huerta, you want to have you've given us a paper-clipped list of people that submitted public comment.
Yes, sir. That we received a number of general public comments which are attached. There are some other public comments related to items that I can mention when we get to those sections of the agenda. I would also like to let the council know that two individuals have indicated they'd like to make telephone public comments. So this is the first time we've tried doing this at a council meeting. The first person is Eduardo Canales, and he'll be calling in just a moment, and I'll be patching him through for a minute. That's the amount of time we've given those individuals. So Mr. Canales would go first, and then Valerie Wallace is the second individual who's calling.
Okay, this is public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who's the first one?
His name is Eduardo Canales. He's at 7021 Devington Drive, and according to his comment sheet, he'll be discussing item number 16.
Okay. Are you there, Mr. Canales?
Okay, are you ready? Okay, just one moment, sir. Okay, Mr. Canales, would you make your comment, please?
And on this comment, he's got a minute, 2 minutes?
This is Eduardo Canales. I live at 7021 Bevington Drive. This resolution to allow for the city to apply for a loan is a travesty to the citizens of Corpus Christi. This situation is putting people is representing the industry interests over the interests of the people, and it will do nothing but cause harm to the bay and destroy that bay with all the brine that's going to go into it, and for the city to ignore all the studies that dictates what's going to happen to the bay is a travesty. And I vote that you all city council should stand up and protect the bay and preserve the bay for our future and for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your call.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. Okay. That's our first caller. The second is Valerie Wallace. Just one moment. Just Ms. Wallace, she lists her address as P.O. Box 8562 in Corpus Christi, and she'll be talking about item number 5. Okay, I've just been informed that she's decided not to comment.
Okay, that's all then for that. But we do have the written comment from others that have submitted, and council
Yes, sir.
had, for those that have submitted them, the council all each has a copy of their written submission, and we appreciate you taking time to do that. One of these days, we're all going to be back together, but until then, this is the way it's got to be. All right, then that will conclude our public comment, and we'll go to approval of the minutes for the regular meeting on April the 14th. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes, item G.
I make a motion.
All right, there's a motion by Mr. Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Garza. Any comments or discussion on approval of the minutes? Hearing none. All in favor? Oh, wait, do we, you want to call the roll on this one to practice?
Sure.
Make
Sorry,
sure
let's
everybody.
practice, Mayor.
All right, we're
We
going to
have-
call the roll because we're going to do this when we do votes today, so we're accurate on our records.
Thank you. So for passage of the minutes, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
council members Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter. Mr.
Aye.
Hunter? Okay. Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
and Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes passed. Thank you.
Okay. That'll also keep them close to the microphone. They won't be slipping off to get a pack of chips or something while they're not on TV. Okay, we don't have any board and committee appointments. All right, we got a consent agenda, items 2 through 18, and I think I've been advised, let me make sure. Item 2, I've been told we need to pull, staff recommends, because there's some type of amendment to be made on that one. And then, on number 4, let's pull that because Mr. Roy is going to abstain from that one, is that correct? Okay, so anybody else want to pull anything between items 2 and 18 for further discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull number 16.
Okay, we're going to pull number 16. Anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion on items 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 18. I'm going to pull 17.
Okay, 17 also.
All right. Is there, entertain a motion for those items?
So moved.
Did somebody make a motion?
Yes, Ms. Guajardo
Made a
did.
Ms. Mahardo made a motion? Okay.
Thank you,
Is there a
Rebecca.
second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion. This is on, basically, it's on items 2 through 18 with the exception of 2, 4, 16, and 17. All right, if you'll, Ms. Werther, you can call the roll.
So for passage of the consent agenda, with the exceptions of 2, 4, 16, and 17, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
council members Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
and Guajardo.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes.
Okay, item number 2, I think, was pulled for staff request.
And Mayor, just for your information, we did receive one public comment for item number 2 that's at your place,
One public comment?
for item number 2.
Okay. You want to read that for us, or do you want me to do that? You got it identified? Let's see.
You have to read it, it's just.
Item number 2. This will be the public comment?
Yes, sir.
All right, which one was that?
It's from Margareta Frutilla.
All right. We need to, well, we've got it here in the,
Yes, sir.
agenda packet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can't put my hand on it right this minute, but I think. All right, well, I'll look for it. Who's going to make the presentation or be here to discuss the item 2?
Yeah, Constance Sanchez is going to present. Go ahead, Constance.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. The item before you is an ordinance expanding the small business recovery program that the City Council approved at your special meeting held on April the 7th. City staff is proposing to contract again with the Lift Fund, Inc. for an additional $2,500,000 loan program for small business in Corpus Christi that have been impacted by COVID-19. The initial small business recovery program has had tremendous interest by the small businesses here in Corpus Christi. From the time period April 1st through the 17th, over 430 phone calls were received by Lift Fund for Corpus Christi small business, for our program. 242 applications were received, equating to about $5.7 million of requests. One has been funded, and it was funded within 5 days, and 6 are in the final stages of review. Remember that our first program offered $1.7 million in loans. So this means that Lift Fund has received 3.4 times the number of requests versus the number of funding that they have. The city's Type A board is in support of an additional program to support small business in Corpus Christi. Similar to the last program, the Type A board approved at its monthly meeting yesterday to transfer $2,500,000 from the Economic Development Unreserved Fund balance to the city's Street Maintenance Fund for arterial and collector street work already scheduled. The streets identified for this program are Interstate Highway 37 from Mesquite Street to Shoreline Boulevard and Staples Street from South Padre Island Drive to Galahar. So now, since the Street Maintenance Fund will be getting an additional $2,500,000 of funds, in order to even it out and make the program work, the general fund had 14.9 budgeted to be transferred to the Street Maintenance Fund. And so now 2.5 million of this amount will be redirected for the Small Business Recovery Program. So the bottom line is, just like the prior program, the Street Maintenance Fund will be kept whole, and the Type A is able to use $2.5 million to help fund this program via the general fund. And I just want to reiterate that companies can apply online at www.liftfund.com, or they can call Lift Fund at 1-888-215-2373. We have also added to the agreement that was in the initial packet that funds from the first loan program, the $1.7 million, must be fully expended before the funds for this additional program can be requested by Lift funds. And on the dais and here in the staff room, there are copies of the redlined version of the amended agreement, as well as a final copy. There were a couple of sentences added to sections 4A and 5 in the agreement that was in Legistar. And I also emailed this to Councilmember Guajardo and Councilmember Hunter. So staff is recommending approval of the ordinance as presented today. And again, there are 4 main sections of action. The first one is approving a $2.5 million agreement between the city and the Type A board. The second is to amend and approve the second 380 agreement with the Lift Fund. The third is to appropriate $2.5 million from the Business and Job Development Fund that Type A approved yesterday. And the fourth is to amend the city's operating budget accordingly. And that concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Well, the program, the initial program was very successful. I think the first 2 million or the 1.7 million had, I don't know how many, a couple of hundred applications, I think, and have they got them all committed? They're just waiting to be approved, or they're still trying to get the commitments made?
Go ahead, Constance.
And we have Janie Barrera and Laura Estrada on the line, I believe. So if they would like to chime in, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, tell us the response and where we are in the processing.
What?
Go ahead, Richard.
Oh.
Yeah, this is Richard Gianni. Janie couldn't make the call, but I'm going to be stepping in, Laura and I, to the comment that was just made. Yeah, we're already looking at over 5.7 million in applications, of which we do know now 52 of those, for about 1.2 million, are good to move forward, and that number is constantly being updated as we make progress. So we're very, very pleased with the early response to this. Has been just phenomenal. And not surprising, as you guys know, all of our communities are in pretty serious trouble right now. So there's been wide response to this program.
Okay, so how many loans? I mean, you got them approved, but how much before they get their money in hand?
Right, so we're in the process, and Laura, I know you've had a couple that you've already closed because we've gotten all the final packaging done. Is that right?
Right, as this is Laura Leal Estrada. Yes, we, as of right now, I saw 4 more have been approved. And one of the qualifiers, Mayor, is that these numbers that Richard just gave you, they are in the low risk avenue. We're still finishing up the underwriting. Some of the documentation is partial documentation, so we're requesting the additional documentation so that we can do our review as it's listed on our contract, so we can demonstrate the 15% of revenue loss starting in March. So we're following up with those clients, but they're low risk and they look like they have a potential to be finally approved. And so that's that 1.3 million that Richard spoke of.
Laura, can you repeat that amount? Both you and Richard broke up. So what's the total amount that you're talking about that's close to being funded?
It's 1.7 million.
Oh, all of it.
Out of 5.2 million in total applications received as of last night. I don't have the latest updated count today yet because we have not declared the loan program oversubscribed yet until we get to a volume of approvals that equals or exceeds that 1.7 million. So we're at 1.2 million that we feel now will be there if in fact the clients do provide us with the documentation to prove reduced income.
We can't hear.
Oh.
Well, yeah, you're breaking up quite a bit.
Sorry about that. It could be on my end. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So yeah, we have 1.2 million, and as Laura had indicated, that's just pending verification on the reduction of income, which is one of the elements that we have committed to the city we were going to validate, verify. That's not been a problem, but we need to get bank statement information. That's really what's driving that. We would expect those things to come in. Laura had just mentioned that there were 4 more apps while she's been on this call that have now gotten approved, so those be scheduled for closing as well. Out of the 5.2 million, we still want to get to the balance of the 1.7 before we consider it oversubscribed. So we've left the link open until we get to that point. Obviously, if council approves this today, then that will set up the second tranche of funding. Once we get to the point where we're fully booked on the 1.7, we can continue to move those applications to closing and start taking the tranches, I think, as were outlined in the agreement.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you have, out of 242, 50, something like that, applications that were reported, you have 52 that are in the process, or they're in a slot of qualified and going to be funded? I mean, you have one funded, correct?
I think we have, Laura didn't, I think we were pretty close.
So, yes, I'll be happy to answer that, Richard. So we have 1 that has funded. We have 4 that have been approved while we were on this call. We have 52 out of the 200 and some odd applications that are meeting our low risk guidelines. Once we can finish up the finalizing of looking through the final documentation piece, those have propensity to get approved. But that doesn't mean they're all going to be approved up to that $25,000. And we have a portal or a system in place where they're low risk, and we've identified these applications as a probability that they could possibly fund. We are missing some documents on some of these applications, but again, these are low risk docs. And so we are focusing our efforts on these documents that have the propensity to close and fund. And then once and I'm going to give you a quick example. We had somebody that looked like they would go forward and actually get approved for the full dollar amount. Once we finished it up, it became a decline. And so now it's in further review because of some of the documentation that we found. So to our point is we have identified these applications that they could go and get approved. But if we do a final decision, we'll find out that possibly there's something in there that's stopping it from going to final decision, and we'll move on to the next application with those same processes.
It's the vetting. Yeah, it's about the vetting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you.
It's our underwriting guidelines, Paula. I mean, it's every bank has an underwriting guidelines.
Right. Right, and I know you're doing the best you can with, what you have to abide by. So and you guys have the manpower there to get through those 200 maybe, well, it sounds like the ball's in the court of the applicant. They're not getting their documents back to you. How do you see moving that? It's a lot of applications that who knows, each individual one has to be very different or somewhat different from the next person. And those, could be taking up somebody's spot that could have that money. But tell us what are your thoughts on moving this faster? I think that's really my concern because we have so many people who, and honestly, I think, we thought that this would be moving a little faster in terms of the money getting into the hands of the people. However, you can't control what people, what they give you, don't want to give you. So help us think about how do we make this work a little faster to get these monies into the needed hands.
So the way I would respond to that is this is not all falling squarely on Laura's shoulders. You are absolutely right. If we had that kind of volume on one person's shoulders, it would break her back. So we actually have reorganized our team because we operate across 13 states. So our entire team is dedicated to reaching out to customers in the 3 markets we currently are doing this program. We've slowed down and bringing on other markets to do the same thing with those. So we may have a BDO in El Paso that's calling a Corpus Christi client to sit down and visit with them, remind them of what we've needed, and walk them through how they can produce that and get it uploaded. In other words, if they have the ability to scan something in, they can upload it in that process while we're on the phone. A lot of these files will be packaged in that initial contact. So Laura is not faced with having to work through 252 files. We have a team of roughly 33 that is going through and disseminating the workload accordingly to reach out to these folks, get them through this vetting process. And to your point though, right, if somebody isn't producing something, then there are a lot of applications in Corpus Christi right now. And so we will put them on hold while we're waiting for them to submit, and we'll go on to the next one. So in that sense, it's the first not first come, first serve, but it's serving those folks that can get everything in that we need, which is not that much. So we can vet them properly and then fund them properly. So that's how we're going to work through that. And we're working through at a pretty amazing clip at this particular point. Last Friday alone, we funded over 1.1 million in loans. So that is accelerating. And we are attaching that same process to the Corpus Christi applications.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions on item 2?
Yeah.
Mr.
Mayor,
Smith?
This is Councilman Hernandez. I do have a question. I know this is a nonprofit organization, and I actually took some time to review their 990s. They only have up to 2018, but I'd love to have some more information. I understand that they're not a bank, so they don't have any review over their loans. This is something just on our part. I know our agreements have some aspect of auditing with that, but this is a significant amount of money, and I just want to make sure that we're looking at this from a financial standpoint. Nothing against Lift Fund. I think they're doing a great job. Just for our own financial peace of mind, I think we should also look at how we do that. And I'll get with Councilman Smith on the audit committee. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, is there anybody else out there that had a question?
Yeah, I do, Mayor.
Okay.
I've been supporting Lift Fund, and I think what they're doing, we're trying to do is commendable. The only concern that I have is that we're going to be setting aside $2.5 million, and at least I'd like to, at least on my point, before I'm ready to approve additional 2.5, see somewhere in the area of about 35% of what's already been approved out and already funded to our small business owners. I mean, I know that you have the capacity. You said you funded $1.1 million in all your locations. through the multiple states that you operate in. But I mean, I don't know. Do you think that we'd get to a third of the applicants, or at least of the funds used before our May 12th meeting? I mean, do you have any kind of a business plan that shows you'd be able to get? Because at the end of the day, it's how quickly are we going to be able to fund and help those small businesses so that they can survive in this difficult environment.
Right.
That is
That's only $600,000, or a third of it, or would be about $600,000, would be about somewhere between 20 and 24 applications. Can you fund 20 or 24 applicants between now and May the 12th? That's the question I've got. But I've got to know that you've got the capacity to get that money out. Committing it to you is one thing, but for you guys putting it out and putting it in the hands of the people that need it, that's the biggest question mark. And I think that's the same question that Paulette was asking.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks.
And listen, it is a great question. And, you know, the way I want to answer that is starting off by, you know, these are extraordinary, unprecedented times. No one has ever gone through this level of a disaster, period. We thought Harvey was bad. This is obviously on a scale that is much more unimaginable. I don't have a crystal ball. What I can tell you, though, that we have the capacity to get that money deployed because the demand and the need is there for it. What we're really trying to do is make sure that at a minimal level that we get a baseline of vetting done that is going to be very important to this pool of funding, so it's deployed responsibly. The one factor, and we had a number of conversations with the folks there in Corpus Christi as we were walking through this to talk about that very issue. We can get the business to closing if we get a completed package, and there's not that much documentation required. My sense is that one of the things that we may want to do, but I want to be very cautious in even offering this up, is stepping back, and if there's anything else we should take a shortcut on that makes sense without compromising the integrity of the loan and vetting it properly, where we're actually taking a look at that right now. In fact, that's why I was a little late trying to jump on this call, because I wanted to see where we were in that process with our credit administration team in San Antonio. We don't want to sacrifice the quality of the deployment and making sure that these businesses, in fact, will survive by also trying to get this money out too fast. We absolutely understand a sense of urgency. If I shared with you some of the conversations we've been having with businesses that we've already closed, they're heartbreaking. This is a very, very difficult and serious event. We don't want to take unnecessary shortcuts, though, and compromise the business or compromise the investment that the city's making in this by taking shortcuts that we shouldn't need. If we can find other shortcuts to do this even faster, we will do that. But one of the reasons why you have chosen to partner with us to do this is to be responsible in how we deploy those dollars. And we're going to do that as fast as we possibly can once we have the information we need to make sure that we're underwriting this consistent with the terms that both the city and Lift Fund have agreed to in terms of the businesses we want to help. I think we can. I don't think there's any question about it. But we do need, and Laura, bless her heart, and our other folks that are working with these clients do need their help in submitting the information that will help us vet it properly. And I think more and more businesses are starting to move forward on that a little bit faster because they too are understanding the urgency of this.
Well, my position is just this, is that we can't get to a third of it between now and May the 12th. My position would be to table it until we'll make a decision on May 12th. A one loan or even 4 or 5 loans is not enough performance for me to feel comfortable earmarking another $2.5 million for Lift Fund at this moment. And I'm hoping that by May the 12th, we might have a little bit better performance measure to feel comfortable, dishing those funds to the Lift Fund so they can take additional applications. But for me, it's just being able to process those loans and I know that you understand the urgency, but that's the urgency that we feel too in setting.
No, I totally understand.
We want to give those businesses the best chances to be able to make it or survive, you know.
And Councilman Garza.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, Councilman Garza, and excuse me, Richard, I'm going to give you a perfect example of how there was an expectation from a seasoned business owner at our chamber meeting this morning that I was part of. I was given a name to look at from one of the members And I said, I'll be happy to look at it. I didn't recognize the name. Well, it's under a corporation. So I pulled it. And again, a seasoned business owner. And one of the criteria on our portal is 3 months business bank statements, 3 months personal bank statements, exactly minimal documentation so that we can prove the end result. This particular individual sent nothing. And it took me 30 minutes because I was listening to the call and multitasking. I went to the SOS website for the Texas State website, pulled the corporate docs, pulled the franchise, pulled the DBA, and then rounded up everything that I needed because we have a very sophisticated system and sent it directly to that person while we were in the call. It took me 30 minutes to get it. And that person took his email and he said, he responded that he was surprised. He didn't realize he had not sent anything to me other than name, address, business name. So those are the facts that we're facing right now. And I believe that we can meet that number that you're talking about, Councilman Garza. I believe that our citizens are trying very hard. They think they're meeting our minimal expectations, and they're not. And so I didn't want to throw this person under the bus. I said, I want you to see this is what you just provided me is what I'm getting from all of our businesses here in Corpus Christi. So 1% are responding to me. So this gentleman quickly responded to me and got everything that he thought I needed, and still we were missing 1 or 2 docs. But my point being, I believe we're going to do that percentage that you offered up, but I certainly understand your our customers, business owners are not accustomed to providing bank statements to us because we are a community of relationship bankers. We are a community of bankers who handhold our customers because that's the way it's been forever since the 70s when I started. And, you know, and I understand they were told, one of us was told, we will not share our bank statements with you. I don't believe you need this to make a decision. One of my customers lined out every single line item on his bank statement and sent it to me blanked out. And those are the types of results we're getting. And it's a very hard experience, but we just keep on rolling. And to Richard's point, we look at the ones who want to participate with us, and we are doing everything we can to get those in final. We got a list of names. These are low risk, work on these only. Then if they don't respond, move on to the next. So that way we are fully prepared to look at things that we could get it to final decision and get them funded. And that's how we're prioritizing our task moving. To answer some of those questions.
What is that?
I would also add that too, that's why I think, I don't know if it was Constance or someone there on her team at the city, you know, made the revision to the agreement that I thought was a very good idea in terms of doing future funding in tranches once we get to the 1.7 million in deployment. And I believe the way the new agreement reads, that if you guys vote on this, that funding can't take place until we have met those targets, which I believe would alleviate the concern that's being expressed. However, having said that, you know, I would fully understand, obviously, if the city decided to table this until mid-May or the May 12th meeting.
Okay, did you make a motion, Mr. Garza, to table it, or what did you want to do?
I think, yeah, I didn't, but I am ready to make a motion to table to May the 12th meeting, understanding that we're prepared to do the 2.5, but we'd certainly like to see a little bit more performance from Lit Fund and the applicants. And so at that time, we're ready to pull the trigger and offer the additional 2.5, but we'd like to see some additional applicants get funded.
All right, let me ask
Can I interrupt real quick with one last question, Mayor?
Sure.
Just a question, and I agree with Councilman Garza, but
Oh, just a minute. Go ahead. I'm sorry, these lights have got messed up. Mr. Molina's next. Go ahead.
okay. With a second phase, if you will, of funding, regardless of the amount, what are we looking at in administrative fees? I would imagine that would be something different than the first.
15%.
No, ma'am, it's the same. It's built into the proposal that's been delivered.
16?
I'm sorry?
That's, I believe, 17.65%. It's the same as the first proposal. Right.
So it stays at 17.65, and that could not be negotiated, being that it's not, you've got the template now. There's nothing, there's no, I guess, we're just continuing. So that amount cannot be negotiated down on a second phase?
Right, so these loans also will be funded under the same premise as the first round of funding at 0% interest, first 4 months deferment. Those loans also have to be serviced. We've got to underwrite them. So all the same principles and cost parameters that were applicable to the 1.7 are applicable to this. There will be ongoing volumes of applications, customers that we need to underwrite, and loans that will be on our books for which there will be no moving forward interest. It's 0% to them.
Okay, so it's, okay. And I guess just as a follow-up, Peter, I would ask for the, I did an email, the specifics of the Dream Fund, because I think we need to remember this money trickles into that Dream Fund 3 years from now. And I'm not sure what those parameters are, as far as the loans, going out on that end 3 years down the line.
Okay, we can get you that, Councilwoman. Can I add, Mayor, just real quick? So Constance went over it, as did Richard. So if this additional money would not be sent until the 1.7 has been spent. So if it's approved today, let me just turn this thing down. Where's the volume? If it's approved today, the money would stay with the city, and only $250,000 at a time would be sent to the LIFT fund. That would assume, and that first 250 would only be sent if 1.7, the original 1.7, is completely spent. So we're not going to, if this gets approved, we don't transfer 2.5 million to LIFT fund tomorrow. We wait and we see when the 1.7 is spent to zero, then we only send increments of 250,000 at a time, which is 10 loans, worth 10 loans. So we put kind of a stopgap measure in place, because once that money is sent to the Dream Fund, then it's out of our hands. Then it falls in the parameters of the Dream Makers Fund. So we want to try to protect this amount here and see the progress. And but if you approve it today, it sets us up so we don't have to wait to the 12th, and gives us a kind of a check and balance in place with the current agreement. I just want to repeat that part.
Okay. All right. Mr. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for our LIFT Fund representatives. So our intent when creating this program was to prioritize those businesses that were deemed non-essential by the governor, who are not able to operate at this time. So what is LIFT Fund doing to make sure that that is taking place, that those non-essential businesses are given priority over those businesses that have applied but are still able to operate?
So we collect a NACE code from all of our when we determine what the nature of the business is, we match it up to a NACE code, and those businesses are prioritized to the best extent that we can make that determination to that list of what was determined to be non-essential, and that's how we are proceeding with that. And then obviously we apply our regular ECOA credit guidelines so that there's no overt disparity treatment amongst applicants outside of that process.
We have several eateries that are in that queue, several barbers, several hair salons, some nail salons. We do have several childcare facilities because they've lost some of their workers. And then we also have some professional groups that cannot really do, maybe physical therapists, and some psychologists, believe it or not, behavior specialists. One of them commented it's been a struggle to try to treat people using this FaceTime.
Okay, Mr. Smith, is that you with Mr. Garza's button on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess this is a question for Constance or Peter. So when we do this, you said it goes into the Dream Fund with it, and so it'll stay in the Dream Fund permanently?
Yes, it would. And the current 1.7, when those loans are repaid, that money stays in the Dream Fund.
And would this 2.5 also stay in the Dream Fund?
It would if we send it, whatever, yeah. And that Dream Makers Fund is only for Corpus Christi businesses in the future. So it stays within our city limits. You have to be a Corpus Christian business or resident to tap into that Dream Maker Fund.
Is that negotiable?
To take it outside of the city limits?
No, to put in the Dream Fund.
Well, the way the current program's set up, it goes into the Dream Fund. The 1.7 went into there already. This one, you could negotiate. Right now, we have it to where only 250,000 goes in each time. I guess we could negotiate once payments are made for it to
On the
come
first
back
round,
out.
you've already committed to the Dream Fund. The
Yeah.
second round is it comes back to us.
We could do that, and I
Yeah.
believe that we could get Richard and Laura's opinion, but we could do that as well as an amendment.
I mean, I don't know that why we ought to be building up a Dream Fund. We need to be reimbursed for what we're putting out. We're gonna be up a creek. I mean, we just heard you
Yeah.
spend an hour telling us
Yeah.
where our money is in our type A, and we took
Yeah.
it out of the general fund.
And
Yeah.
one of those was this fund, so we're depleting this fund, and in 3
Yeah.
years, I think we need to get it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could put that in unless Richard and Laura, I don't know if you all have is there an issue if we put that in as an amendment that the 2.5 in loan amount anyway would come back to the city, would come back to the city of Corpus Christi as it's paid back?
And so, yeah, we would have to treat that as an investment. So, yeah, we'd have to change the structure of the agreement and have that reviewed by our full executive team. But what I would recommend is that you go ahead and redraft that then at that point, so we can see a revised agreement reflecting that.
All right, well, let's table it and revise it,
Yeah, we could,
because they're not gonna get this other out before next week.
yeah, we could approve a revise today and send it to them, to the LIP fund pending their approval.
Yeah. Is
And
that
if
a
they don't approve
consensus
it, then
among people?
Here,
All right, Mr. Barrera?
Done, okay, I understand everybody's apprehension. Obviously, there's only one loan being dispersed at this time. I'm sure that there's a concern that they're overwhelmed. I mean, I spent probably about going on and off the web yesterday on the U.S. Chamber deal to apply for a $5,000 grant. And the item on there said it was gonna take me 10 minutes. And then I got an email earlier this morning that to go ahead and resubmit my information. So, the whole world is getting, I'm sure anybody in the industry can let you know. And I don't have a problem. I think we could probably put some measures in place so that way, as Peter indicated. My concern is that if we wait all the way to the 12th, then we're going to have a situation, because right now they feel that, I think I heard 1.2 million, that if everything goes well, they should be able to pull the trigger and fund next week. So if we, for example, exacerbate that 1.7 million within the next week, then we may be holding up funds to disperse. So my opinion is that if we're just bringing out the 250,000 at a time, and then once again, if we're going to rearrange our agreement in the sense they have a typical arrangement in which you can, and I know that the Sisters of the Incarnate Word act as investors as to where that way that they expect to be refunded based on that program. Texas Bridge Credit Union is also looking to fund that because there's also a rate of return that's there. So I know they have the agreements in place. I would just maybe suggest that we authorize some level of funding, so that way we're not putting anybody in a position as to where we have to wait 2 weeks to, or 1 week. So perhaps maybe we can approve $1 million today to be able to be dispersed for now, and then on the 12th we'll review it again.
Can I just add one thing to that, Councilman? So the staff recommendation is to approve the total amount, the 2.5 million.
Yes, sir.
But only transfer and this could be done. It could be done several times a day. It could be done over time as the loans are approved. That $250,000 transfer is just a administrative check and balance, if you will, so we don't send all the money at once, but council would approve the total amount. Just want to make sure you're clear on that, the staff recommendation is approve the full funding amount, but delegate to staff the authority only to transfer as loans get approved in increments of 250,000.
And I guess the concerns, I guess, I'm hearing, and if anybody correct me if I'm wrong, that the concerns is that we're still gonna obligate this money. I guess that's the concern, that we're gonna continue to obligate this money and that we'll have to come back. And I don't think, and pardon me if I'm making an assumption, Councilman Garza, I don't think that he wants to obligate $2.5 million when the funds haven't been able to, when he has a concern that the funds are not being put forth out as quickly as he'd like. So that's one reason I would suggest just $1 million, probably to ease some of the council members' minds. That way we could do it, still keep the 250,000, and then perhaps on the 12th, then we'll come back and we'll offer the other $1.5 million. So we should authorize the other $1.5 million. Yeah, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
I would so move. Now you're gonna have to tell me how to come up with it, because I know we got a whole bunch of amendments here.
Well, I don't know that, did really make a motion yet, or are we just still in discussion?
I did make a motion, Mayor.
Okay,
I
you
don't know
made
if I got a
a,
second, but I did make a motion to table.
Second.
you made a motion to table?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's not debatable.
They went until the 12th, so you couldn't debate it if we're postponing it, the
Okay.
item until the 12th.
Well,
That's what I heard the motion was.
okay, well, to Mr. Barrera's thing,
And he has something
think-
else he'd like to do, right?
I mean, he suggested give them a piece of it in case they happen to get together and get it all done before next Tuesday. But I think the concern of the council is that, and that may be fine if we can structure a deal, if they said it had to be redone, is that we're not willing to give this additional $2.5 million or $2 million to go into that dream fund. We're gonna loan the money out, but we want it back when it's repaid, to go back into the
Yeah,
type
and
A,
they're-
back
Right,
in
we
the
agree
general
with
fund.
capable of doing that.
Yeah, the staff agrees with that amendment that you would make. We agree to do that. We
But
think- yeah.
that, you
We
know,
could-
that
if
that
you
the
approve it
lift,
now and the
I mean,
board-
lift people said they'd have to renegotiate or get it approved by their board. I mean,
Yeah.
the way it goes now is, when we approve it, it's goodbye forever. What we're saying is, we're gonna loan it
Well,
to you
the
this
other-
time, and then it's
and the other
repaid
thing,
once
Mayor,
it's paid
what
back.
are the
Yeah, we would do,
specifics of the
right,
dream-
if you approve the agreement today, that would be the stipulation. If the lift fund executive team did not approve it, then the agreement doesn't exist, it would die. So we could approve it today to keep this thing moving forward. If they say, you know what, we can't do that, then, okay, then we don't have an agreement, then it's dead on arrival.
Oh,
Yeah, the alternate choice is to wait until they agree, and then that could be on the 12th, and we could run out of money. So we could approve it today on this side of the contract, and if they don't approve it as is from this body, then we don't have an agreement. It's that simple.
Rudy, what do you think? It's your motion.
Well, my concern is still the same. It's just, my concern is us committing the dollars and not having at least some record of performance. I don't know what their capacity is, and that was the concern I had all along, but I'm thinking, well, if they stretch themselves, maybe they can get this money out in I don't know how many millions of dollars they put out last week, company-wide. And so again, them running out of money over the next couple of weeks, I don't know how likely that is. I know it's a picture that Councilman Barrera drew up, but I don't know how likely that is if they're not geared up or staffed up enough to be able to get all the questions from all the applicants answered in order to start putting that money out. I think that if they did the number that I just tossed out by the 12th, I would be very happy. And I'd be happy to approve it, the 2.5 million. But, we approved this 2 weeks ago. And I know it takes us some time to gear up and restructure, but we're not where we need to be, in my opinion, for the needs of the folks. And I know this is a new ballgame altogether. We've got nowhere else to go, right? But I'm just trying to put a carrot out there for them to get aggressive in their performance over the next couple of weeks, so that we know what that money's going to put out in a timely fashion. That's all.
I like your carrot. Personally, I think they're overwhelmed with the governor dumping, or Dell Corporation, or whatever it is, the millions of dollars they dumped on them. I think they're overloaded and the hill's too high. But I think what this agreement would say is that until you get this money out, there's not additional money there. We're not going to turn the money loose, or if it's not, I don't know. I understand what you're doing, but I also understand we got to, and I'm really surprised because I think how quickly, and I've never seen the federal government act this much, that the PPP program, I mean, it ran out of money quick. They got their act together, but they're dealing with a different clientele. Most of them were bank customers and approved. These are a little high risk. I understand that, and we want to help them. But and it may be that if they can't get their documentation in, then you move to the next guy. Don't wait 2 weeks for a guy to get his papers in. If he's wanting to borrow money, he's going to be out of business if it takes him 2 weeks to get his papers in. So I mean, they've got to show a little tough love to these people if they're wanting these. They're higher risk. We're willing to help them, but there's other people out there too. I'd rather have just one go out of business than 4, while the 3 of them are waiting for this one to get his approval. So I don't know what's the answer. I mean, I don't want to just say no, but on the same hand, I'm not willing just to. I mean, if you put a caveat out there that there's no new money coming until this initial 1.7 million has been done.
That was staff's number one thing we recommended today. We do support the second one, which is once these loans start getting repaid, that money comes back to the city of Corpus Christi. The 1.7 million stays in that Dreammaker Fund for future loans in the Corpus Christi area, city. But the additional, the 2.5 net of the administrative fees, that would come back to the city and be used for other economic development type things.
All right. So is that good with you, Rudy? You want to stay with your table?
Let's take a vote on the table and see the way the rest of the council members feel. Let's take a vote on it. If I've got a second, I don't even know if I've got a second.
You did, Mr. Hernandez seconded.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
been moved and seconded?
Yes, and we would vote on that first before we do the motion to amend, if there's a motion to amend.
I'll be honest with you, I can go either way. As long as I got the safeguard, I can go either way. It's not I'm against your motion, but anyway, call the roll then.
Okay, so this is for passage of a motion to table until May the 12th. Mayor McComb? Sorry, you're first.
You want to start with me?
Do you want me to go back to you?
No. I think we've got the safeguards. I'll go with that route. No, not to table.
Okay, so you're voting no to table.
Right.
Okay. Council members Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter? Mr. Hunter, did you hear the motion?
No.
You're
Yes,
voting
I heard
no?
the motion. No.
All right, can you repeat? Are you voting no?
No, I am voting no.
Okay, gotcha. Thank
I
you.
did hear the
Yes,
motion.
you're voting no.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Molina?
No.
Roy?
No.
Smith?
No.
Barrera?
No.
Garza?
All right.
Guajardo?
Aye.
Aye? Okay. Okay, the motion fails.
Okay, so the motion as presented by staff with these changes would be that we're approving setting the money aside. We're not gonna turn any of the money loose until they've got the first 1.7 obligated. And that this second round of funding, when those loans are repaid, instead of going into the Dream Fund, they're coming back to the city of Corpus Christi,
Exactly, yeah. That would be the recommendation.
except for the administrative fee.
Correct.
So we're getting 16% of $2.5 million.
I think it's 17.25%.
Well, wait a minute, start out at 15, now it's 16, now it's 17?
17.6.
Keep this auction up, they'll be getting 25%.
I know, 17.65 actually.
6.5.
Okay. Mr. Roy?
There's a couple things I wanted to say. I kind of held off from saying anything, but I addressed this concern during the first go-around, just when I looked at staffing ratios. And I thought the staffing ratios were very rich based on, at the end of the day, and I mentioned this, that you got 68 loans. I will also tell you that my experience, my direct experience, and how many PPP loans that we were able to get done between 6 lenders, working 7 days a week, in less than a week. I don't know what your application process is, but I do know the documents that are required from the PPP or the SBA in order to forgive that loan, which I think, based on what you said, is similar. I mean, it's pretty intricate process, and if you don't have all those documents, then you can't put the information in through the SBA. And I know within 1 week, the small community bank that I work with, we funded, I believe, about 3 times what we're giving here away. With that being said, I will tell you what I'm against. I agree that we need to go forward and safeguard that 2.5 million. But I will vote no on this if we come back and you want additional monies. I think, again, I question the amount of money that you're making right now. And if you think that you deserve more money because we keep our money or we don't, I can tell you right now that I will vote against this. So I just wanted to let you know going forward where I stood on this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so I'll make a motion, and based on staff's recommendation is that we authorize this fund to be set aside and contingent upon the 1.7 being invested before they come get any draw, and that when it's repaid to the Dream Fund, or when the loan's repaid, then the money less the administrative fees, and maybe we can say a cap of 15% on the, what are they saying now? They got up to 16 or 17?
17.65% right now.
That's an awful lot of money.
Yeah, that's their rate, based on their process. There is a lot of loan counseling, business counseling services over the 3-year period that's included in that rate. So they help businesses keep solvent through the years. It's not necessarily an auto pay loan setup. They have to continue to work with the client. They have a real good history, the LIFT Fund does, of a strong collection or repayment rate. And that's in part because of the continued work they're going to do over the next 3 years. So remember, when you divide that 17.65 by 3 years, because that's what we're buying, it's about 6% a year for services, which is pretty decent.
Okay. Well, all right, we won't negotiate the interest rate, but the administrative fees, but
And the 1 million?
Well, I thought the
In
staff
The staff recommendation was
2.5.
2.5. Yeah, Councilman Barrera had a $1 million alternative option. Yeah. I think the check and balance we have in place gets you the same thing. If you do yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I think the concern with the council was to obligate these funds. That's the thing. Let's say we come to the 12th, and we still haven't funded 1.7 million.
Yeah.
And then we've got $1 million. So what happens to those funds? If let's say, for example, yeah, we still haven't got to 1.7, and we're at the 12th, and we've obligated $2.5 million. I think that's the concern.
Well, we can de-obligate it, can't we?
Yeah, we can de-obligate it at
We
that
can
time.
de-obligate, we could put some time constrictions. Right now, it's 1 year up to, maybe we can, within 1 year of the effective date.
Way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can,
They're live a year from now, they don't need our money.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. I think that's the thing. So, Mayor, would you be opposed to just, we can review it again on the 12th, but like right now, we can disperse $1 million?
yeah.
Well, we'd authorize them, we're not gonna disperse anything to that
Yeah,
1.7.
but we're gonna authorize, we don't wanna authorize anything in excess of $1 million until the 12th. That's what I'm saying.
That'll work, with the same stipulation, that whatever we give them, it comes back to us ultimately.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and if by the 12th, if they haven't got the 1.7 up done, I mean, hopefully by then, people are back, I mean, they're still gonna need money to make up for their past bills and inventory and this sort of thing, so they're still gonna need some money, but
Yeah.
we need to, we may look at it real hard on the 12th if they're still dealing with that first 1.7 million.
Okay, that should be fine then. Just a reminder, the 12th it's 3 weeks from today, so, because there's no council meeting, is it, right, 3 weeks?
Correct. Yeah, there's no council meeting next week.
Yeah,
Well, then that gives them, then they got a little more time to work.
yeah.
Okay, you know
We
what
could
we're
always
doing
call
then?
I mean, if we have to, we call an emergency council meeting. If they just go through gangbusters and, I mean,
Yeah.
if that's the case, we can call an emergency meeting to come back and give them more money. That's what we did for this one the last time.
Right.
All right, so we know what the motion entails.
Yeah, so this authorizes $1 million. That amount would include loans and their overhead rate. We'll just take it all out of that 1 million, but nothing gets transferred.
Well, I wouldn't pay them, I wouldn't pay the administration rate of 15% on 2.5 million on the 1 million.
Well, it's,
They're not
no,
gonna-
17.65%. It's a percentage base, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a percentage base, so.
Yeah.
17.65.
On what they
And,
get, not what they're gonna get.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And, no money is transferred
And they're
until the
getting
1.7.
2.5 times what anybody else is getting.
Yeah, no money transferred until the 1.7 original amount is fully lent out. That means the business owner has the money.
That's right.
And then the third thing is all the money that gets repaid for this second amount comes back to the city.
Right.
Yes.
It doesn't go in the
Right.
Dreammaker Fund. Yeah.
All right.
And we'll put an agenda item on the 12th as either an update or the next phase, what have you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that'll be my motion, or whoever, if somebody wants to make it.
I'll second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. We want to help, but we want it done. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, I got 10 seconds.
Okay?
Just for clarification, it would be a special council meeting, not an emergency. I've gotten in trouble for that before. And then I want to echo Councilman Roy's position, just so that everyone's in understanding of that. All right, I'm ready.
And Councilman Roy, this will be the last time we do it, or what? Or the last of the money? What's he agreeing with you on?
My part was that we're giving them 17.5%. They're saying if the city comes back and we take our 2.5 million back, that they want more money, they want more compensation, and
Oh, no.
I'm against that.
Well, I am too.
And I say that's a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Don't get me started on that. They won't have but the 0.75. All right. No, you're right. Okay. Everybody understanding that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you want to call the roll, Ms. Huerta?
Okay, so this is for the motion to amend the ordinance. Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez? Okay, I don't know, I can't hear. I don't know if your mic is muted, Mr. Hernandez? Hello?
Sorry, I'm still thinking about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if you heard me.
All right,
Yeah,
keep
I'm
going.
just, I'm not
Come back
gonna,
to
I would like to see the actual amendment after it's done so I can read through it, after we approve it. If we can get that information back to us.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, so that's the motion to amend, and then we pass it as amended. So it's ordinance number 2 on emergency as amended. Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith? Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Guajardo?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay, that then gets us down to item 4. No, have we done item 4? Okay, this one, Councilman Roy is going to step out or recuse himself from discussion or participation in the vote. And this is on a zoning case out on 7797 Yorktown Boulevard. This is the second reading, right? Yeah. And it passed last time, I think, and the Planning Commission and the staff both recommend approval. Anybody have any questions or comments on item 4, Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I think we went through the full presentation, and I'm going to vote no on this. If it was 4.5 outside of the floodplain, I'd vote for it. But since this encompasses all of that tract inside and outside of the floodplain, I'm going to be voting against. If we had a 2 foot above BFE requirement, I would vote for it. But just when I vote no, that's my reasoning, because we're voting for high-density residential, part of which is inside a 100-year hazard zone. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else have any comment? Ms. Werther, you want to call the roll?
So for passage of ordinance number 4 in its second reading, oh, can we have a motion? Thank you.
Oh, I thought, yeah, is there a motion?
No, sir, there isn't.
Okay. Entertain a motion
So
on item
moved.
4.
So moved.
So move second.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second on item 4. All right, Ms. Werther.
Okay, so for passage of ordinance number 4 in its second reading, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council members Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
Roy abstains. Smith,
No.
Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
All right.
and Guajardo. Ms. Guajardo,
Ms. Warlow?
are you there? Ms. Guajardo? No? Okay, I'm going to have to mark her as absent, so we'll mark her absent.
All right.
But the ordinance passes.
All right, then item, that gets us down to item 16. Do you want to discuss item 16? We're supposed to go on lunch at 1:30. It's 2 o'clock. This may take a little discussion.
Maybe take a lunch break. We're gonna postpone that executive session item as well, so the lunch break would just be a lunch break. We don't have to do the executive session that's on the agenda today. Miles and I are gonna meet on that before we bring it to you.
Okay.
So we could take a break, get a little something to eat, and then come back.
All right. Well, if that's okay with everyone, then let's, we're going to recess the council meeting, and when we come back, we'll start with item 16. I don't have anything to read if it's just a regular recess, right? There's no
It's a regular recess.
no executive session, just recess.
That's right.
All right, we're going to recess the council meeting to take a lunch break, and we'll come back. We'll start with item 16 on the consent agenda. We're in recess.
Okay. And Mayor and Council, if you want, if we need more social distancing, there's some tables back here that we can use if you don't all want to sit in the back room.
Okay. Michael and Ms. Harlow, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, then we got the conference room. Got that, and everybody's here, city manager. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. And what I'd like to do is take item 17 first to get it out of the way, because to me, it's a good news article, or a good news item, positive item, something that has been discussed numerous times over many years. And I'd like Mr. Zanoni to kind of tell us about that one. And that was the reason I pulled it, just to highlight some good things going on item 17. That's the beach agreement between the Nueces County and the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay. I'm not sure if Keith Selman's around, but let me do an overview.
I'm
of
on,
it.
Peter, if you want me to.
Okay, good. I'll do a quick overview, and then we'll turn it over to Keith. So Keith has been working actually since last October, September with the county to bring this to the council. This is something, according to, I think, even the mayor, that's been in the works for years, or has been contemplated for years, and we've been trying to do it. And so when you drive on the Gulf beaches, you'll be in Corpus Christi beaches, and then all of a sudden you go into a county patch going north, and then you're back into the city, then you're in the state. And so what this does is consolidates the city's beach maintenance, and it swaps a piece of the beach that the county will maintain that the city currently is maintaining. So this contiguous cleaning by the city, and then the county section around the Bob Hall Pier and south of that will be done all by the county. It's a good deal. Keith's worked hard on it, so I'm going to have him just do a little more explanation of it, Keith, and then we'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Peter. For the record, Keith Selman, Assistant City Manager. This really took got some feet under it when the right people got around the table that wanted to see it get done, Mayor. That's how it happened. And what we're doing here is we are currently, the county provides maintenance over off of Newport Pass Road, and we provide maintenance south of Access Road 6. And essentially what this is doing is it's swapping that maintenance, where we are going to be now maintaining the area off of Newport Pass, and the county will be maintaining the area south of Access Road 6. And essentially this maintenance is a wash. So there's no money transferring hands. There's nobody paying anybody to maintain any legs of the beaches. It is just a straight swap on the maintenance.
Well, that's great. And is this going to affect, I've been looking for a date. Is this May the 1st or June 1st, or when is this?
It would be May, it's intended to be May 1st. Jermel Stevenson, Parks and Recreation Director.
Okay, so May the 1st.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, that's good. Yeah, well, congratulations to you, and I guess Greg was aware of this or involved in it, and so it's
Just like you, Mr. Mayor, for years, trying to get this done.
well, it's one of those things where, common sense says it ought to be, but over the years, somewhere common sense came to a fork in the road and went the other direction. But we got it done, and I want to commend you and the folks at the county that put this together, so thank you. Mr. Smith, you want to make a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
There's a motion to approve. Any discussion on item, what did I say?
17.
17. Hear no discussion. Ms. Whitty, you want to call the roll? Item
sir.
17.
For passage of Resolution 17, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter.
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
And Wahardo.
Aye.
The resolution passes.
All right, good. All right, item 16. Mr. Zanoni, you want to discuss this?
Right.
Or
I'm gonna have our water staff that are up at, looks like the Owen Stevens plant go through this, but this is a resolution allowing us to apply for Texas Water Development funding for one of our two desal plants that are contemplated. This would be, the first one would be the Inner Harbor desal plant, so it's just one. 220, I believe, $million would be issued. So today's action is not to issue that debt, but rather to give us the authority to go ahead and apply for it. And with that, let's have the water staff give a little bit more detail to the council.
All right.
Actually, this is Heather Hurlbert. I'm the finance director, and I'm going to go ahead and start off with this. So this is the second step in the process. The first step in the process for this was the abridged application that was approved by council to be submitted earlier in the spring. The Texas Water Development Board did invite the city to apply for the full application process. The city was out of 12 candidates, 9 of those candidates were chosen and invited to apply, and the city was one of those. What this is once we submit the application, Texas Water Development Board will move forward with it, and the city is not committed to any type of financial arrangement until a financing agreement is signed, which would be later on in the fall. This is for the $222 million for the desalination plant. We would be doing the first tranche of money, which would be for the design of the plant, and that's what would be committing to for the fall. And then we would come back in 2021 for the actual funding for the construction. The money that's coming through the SWIFT loan program is money debt that would be issued at the state's AAA credit rating, which will give us a lower interest rate than what the city could issue that debt for. And then in addition to that, there is a subsidy that is provided through the SWIFT loan program to buy that interest rate down even lower. So this gives us the opportunity, if approved, to provide funding at a much lower rate than what the city could do on the open market.
All right. Yeah, that conclude your presentation on this?
Yes, that concludes my presentation on this. Are there any questions?
All right. Anyone, well, before we get into that, Ms. Huerta handed us, we did get public comment based on this particular agenda item. You want to make a comment about that, or what are you going to read them, or what are you going to do?
Received quite a few comments. There were 22 comments received. 17 were opposed, 3 asked for postponement or tabling, and 2 were in favor.
Okay. All right, and we've got those, for those that are watching or listening, we've got the documentation here in front of us. We appreciate you taking time to provide that. Anybody have any comments on this? We've been in this process for a couple of years. I started out actually before this council got elected, I think in 16, with a group of folks that were interested in trying to solve our water shortage. And we've made great headway, and this is just another step in that pursuit of having an uninterruptible water supply. But anyone have any comments on this? I want to commend the staff for getting this project moving.
Yes, Mayor, back in the conference room here.
Okay.
Okay, I had the opportunity to meet with some water staff in terms of discussing this, and they actually went to a second meeting where we met with Jason Conklin of Freeze and Nichols. Looking at the numbers, there's a huge contingency of 20%, which really brings us up based on the 3% interest rate, which I think will be lower, but it brings it up well over 200,000 because that contingency is 37 million. I think that's a little high, but aside from that, that's one issue I have with this. But on the onset, I want to say I'm not against desal, but I have some issues with not getting any other information on alternatives on how we could go about this. And we just haven't gotten it. And I'd like to ask the city manager and the staff, has any communication been done with any companies that would provide an alternative option besides us building this directly ourselves.
Sir, this is Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. So back in 2018, there was an RFI.
I mean, recently, 2018 is 2018. I know we did the RFI, but I'm talking about since the time that we brought this up last time, when we approved going to put this together. I mentioned that I wanted to see options and talking to companies that would do it differently. Has any communication been done with any company for alternatives since that time?
Not directly with companies, sir. No, there hasn't been. The report from that RFI came out last summer of 2019, and since then there's not been any other discussions with companies specifically about looking at alternatives like what you're talking about. We have continued to explore aquifer storage recovery and groundwater, but it's desal has been the focus, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about alternate for
let me address that, Gil, if you would.
Not just simply borrowing money to build something.
Well, first, let's understand what we're doing today. We're not borrowing any money. And all of these desal deal, Seven Seas, Poseidon, whoever else, Heavenly Water Supply, whoever they are, that want to come in on a PPP or 3P or whatever it is, P3, I can't remember which one it is. That option is still on the table. We don't have anything to offer them today. All we're wanting to do, this is simply a loan application to get in line. And let me make a couple of comments so that this will address some of the issues in the comments that were in the letters today. I won't mention any names of who they wrote them from, but I don't understand their confusion.
Mayor, I haven't completed my comments.
Well,
you want to come back after your comments?
Well, I'm trying to explain to you, you're saying all we're trying to move is the process forward. Nobody's been eliminated. We may very well have a P3 at some point in the future. That has not been eliminated. And I think that's what you were driving at least that's what I interpreted it to be.
It's not that I said that it hasn't been eliminated, it's just nothing has been done in that direction.
Well, that's right.
So all we have done is been on this train for building this through a loan through the SWIFT loan process, and there has been nothing else done, even though I'd made comments about us exploring other avenues on the same time frame, and nothing's been done. So that's what I was getting to the point at here, Mayor. It's not that I'm not aware that we're just asking for the application. We're not actually borrowing money currently. It's that I was commenting on that we have done nothing else. And I just want to make sure that it's not just paying lip service to the councilman that wants something different.
Paying lip service to what?
Basically, just not going through this process and not actually really realistically looking at other options.
Is that an opinion, or is that we haven't gotten that far, but I mean.
Where I'm not seeing any movement in any other direction except this direction. And what I want to avoid is us to be on this train and not have another track to pursue if we so desire, and have that financial analysis to determine whether another option is more financially viable for us in terms of cost of water. Because once you make this decision, and once we go through the whole process and decide building, if it doesn't turn out the way we want to, you can't go back on it. So we have to make 100% sure that we're making the right decision and do as much information as possible. Not to mention, we also have a wastewater concern, which we don't have the accurate numbers as to what that's going to affect our bill. So when we decided to go from a 10 million expandable to a 20 million gallon a day plant to a 20 million expandable 30 million, that put us over the threshold for that 25 cent surcharge that we're paying, that we negotiated with industry. So this will affect water bills if we do that. Secondly, that surcharge is only up to $300 million. If this is a $222 million loan, that only allows us to build one and to access that surcharge to cover the cost of the plant because you're only remaining with, what, 78 million after that. So there's a lot of questions here in terms of what's the best way to go about this and make sure we get the most bang for our buck so we don't increase our rates, not only on the water supply side, but also on the wastewater side. So what I just really want to make very clear is that we have to look at all the options and do a financial analysis to confirm that we're going about the right direction. That's all I'm asking.
All right. Mr. Garza?
Well, the question I had is in the agenda portion, it says that it's an application that's being put together by staff and by consultants. How much is this application costing us? Question.
No cost.
Okay, so the consultants are doing it for free.
Well, the consultants aren't doing the application. The application is being submitted by city staff. So that's a procedure online. The consultant fee that we are paying previously is the agreement that we came to with Freeze and Nichols as the owner's rep. And what they're paying for is for us to get the siting and permitting completed.
Okay, right. So
the application itself is free of charge.
all right, that's what I want to make sure that we're not out any money. We're just putting an application in for, and there was some comment made in the public comment portion that said that if we apply for this, we have to take it. That's not accurate, right? Just want to make
That's
sure.
not accurate either. That's not accurate either. We're not bound to it. There is time to discuss it some more, which we intend to do as we get closer to the fall.
Again,
and to come back with you.
Go ahead.
And to answer those financial questions, like we stated, the mayor stated, this is to move the application further. And we can come to the point and discuss how it will affect the rates, how the numbers will come out in the next step, so that the council is more comfortable.
But it is important to note, and sorry I didn't introduce myself, Gabriel Armida, Assistant Director, Water Quality and Treatment. It's important to note as well, we did run a scenario in our water model, rate model. We ran a scenario to see what the effect would be on the rate. And so in taking that into account, the drought surcharge fee will take care of 2/3 of the cost of the loan. The other third, of course, it shows a minimal impact because we have debt service that's falling off the books in the 20s here coming up. And with that, there's a minimal impact on the rate. But we do need to run more scenarios to bring more details to you coming up in the fall before the final decision's made to actually take out the loan.
Yeah, I think that we are going to need to see exactly what the impact was of both the COVID-19 virus, economic ramifications, and also that oil crash scenario yesterday. I mean, again, the fact that we were attracting industry was due to cheap energy source. Well, it looks to me like cheap energy is going to be available everywhere. And so again, coming in the fall, I'm not suggesting that I'm against this application. I certainly think it's the right thing to do. But come the fall, when that decision is going to be made on whether to apply or to ask for the money or not, if we were so approved, I think that we need to have numbers that are right up to date based on all the things that have happened in the last few months and what's going to happen over the next couple of months, so that we make the best decision possible, so we don't affect rates in a way that's going to be detrimental to both the residents and the business community. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Garza, so it's going to be probably around the August timeframe. That's when staff is going to be going in front of council again. And at that point, that's when the financial commitment is going to happen. So we have a couple of months, but count on it in August. And that was from discussions with Texas Water Development Board with their anticipated timeframe.
Okay, well, all the projections going forward needs to be based on the information or the scenario or the environment that we have today, not what we projected 6 months ago or a year ago based on water usage. Because if our water supply is way over our water usage or water consumption, we're giving a disservice to our public. Thank you.
Wait a minute, you said August?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay,
August will be the,
If you were looking, and I'm sorry to interrupt here, Rudy, but if you're looking to get a proposal from another company or companies, wouldn't you need to go for a request for proposal? And how long would that take? If you're looking at August and you haven't even given companies an opportunity to look at this, how long do you plan to give them in order to be able to do a proper analysis?
so the loan is, it's a 2-year commitment. So this first part of the loan is $11 million, and that's to continue with engineering, to get an RFP if we're going with a regular design build. At that time, what we've been talking about is putting out like another RFQ to look at, and that might not happen, but that would be the option time frame when the city has money in hand to look at going for the design build or doing the alternative financing, which you're looking at, to see what the interest is out there and to compare the two.
It's not what I'm suggesting is that you want to borrow money to design something already before you talk to a company that may do their own design. If you're not going to give them enough time, so let me ask, city manager, do you want a motion of direction to talk to have some discussion or put out an RFP or an to request proposals for alternates on desal? What is it that I don't want to, all of a sudden get to a point in July and say, okay, we're going to give companies an opportunity to give a presentation and only give them 3 weeks to come up with something.
No, I think the course we're on, Councilman, is the rates that we can get for this loan are ones that the private sector cannot get. So this funding from the Texas Water Development Board is available to cities, and a private company like a Seven Seas or all those other ones that are out there don't have access to this funding as we do. So
that's true.
Yeah,
but they also don't do the amount of expenditures we do.
Well, we're not spending anything yet. So the loan, so we would have access to the money. After that's approved, the next step is maybe some more consultant work, design work, pre-design work. Then, at some point, we do a proposal analysis in terms of, okay, is the city going to build this? Are we going to have a private firm build it? And under what condition? Does a private firm build it to turn it over to us immediately? Do they build it to operate for a year and teach us and we take it over? Do they build it and operate it indefinitely? Those are the questions that'll be answered with a proposal process in terms of the next step after this loan application. I think that's the course the city council was on through your prior work over the years.
Well, I get that, but in terms of time frame to allow somebody to be able to put together a decent proposal, you got to give them enough time. And if you're going to wait until July, then you're not going to give them enough time.
Yeah, that's agreed. I'll work with Kevin and Kim Baker to make sure we have appropriate timelines out there.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Do you need a motion direction from us, or do you just?
No, no. There's an item on the agenda to approve the application for financial assistance. So that's the staff recommendation. Is to allow the application to be submitted. So we need a motion of approval for the agenda item.
All right. Well, I'll make that motion.
Yeah.
Motion to approve items.
Approval of the resolution to submit the application.
16? Yeah.
Yes, 16, yes, sir.
I make a motion to approve item 16. All right. Well, let me explain to some people that, just.
I'll second.
Who was that?
It's
Michael. All right. Thank you, Michael. The SWIFT money, for those of you that are not familiar with it, that is the State Water Implementation Fund, Texas. And it was set up 5 or 6 years ago, maybe 7, I'm not sure exactly when, because Texas legislature realized that the state of Texas had a water problem. And they wanted to put funds in to try to solve the water problem statewide. And Corpus Christi has been on the leading edge of this ever since the drought back in the 80s. And people have been looking to us ever since that, where we secured the water at Texana and then ultimately built the Mary Roads pipeline. And we're not just looking after Corpus Christi, our 300,000 people in Corpus Christi. We're looking at water. We're the water supplier for approximately 700,000 people in the 12-county area. We sell water to Beeville. We're the water source for Beeville, Rockport, Aransas Pass, Port Aransas, Kingsville, and cities in between. So we're the regional water supplier. And the State Water Implementation Fund, Texas, SWIFT, that money was created for the specific purpose of helping municipalities or whoever, I think municipalities, I may be limited to municipalities or counties, with a fund out of the rainy day fund. And so if we don't apply for it, we don't get it. It's just like this money that's coming down through the coronavirus on this payroll protection plan. You got to apply for it or you don't get it. And this process simply puts us in the getting a line of credit or a commitment that if we want this money for a period, I think 2 years, I think I heard him say, is that what you said, Mr. Zanoni? I think it's good for 2 years.
What were you saying, Kevin, about the 2-year?
So it's a 2-year process, a smaller amount the first year, and then the bulk of it, $211 million, would be the second year.
And this really is if you've ever gone out for a line of credit or something, this is the maximum that we would be looking at, depending on the final decision on whether we build a 12 million or a 20 million gallon a day plant. But this would be the top end of what we might be going. But what this does, they make a commitment to hold that money available for us for a period of time. We haven't spent a dime up to this point on this. And so that's the whole purpose of this agenda item today, is continue to move this forward. There may be opportunities and will be opportunities for people to look and see if they can do it better, because rate shock is one of the things that we've been primarily concerned about. And with the 66% of the cost already covered by the Future Water Supply Fund and the paying off of debt that we currently have, by the time this comes on board, the rates ought to be pretty much relatively the same, depending on what EPA or whatever else puts in there. So we're methodically moving forward, and there has been no intent whatsoever by anybody, despite all the allegations and accusations that we're trying to fast play or hide or subvert anything. Everything we've been doing with this has been in public, as far as I know, forever. So some people may not understand it. It is complicated, but that doesn't mean that anything untoward has been going on. So anybody else have any other comments? The motion and seconds on the floor to approve item 16. Mr. Smith?
I'd just like to reaffirm, this does not obligate us to anything.
That's correct. This just allows us to apply for the loan.
And so we have 1 year after when we have 2 phases for the loan. It's a 2-year process. So when does the clock start on that 1 year?
Kevin?
It's going to be in the fall, sir.
And that's when the clock starts on the 1 year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I think this is the right thing to do because it is a placeholder, but to Councilman Garza's and Councilman Hernandez's comments on there, we still need to do a lot of work. We need to do a lot of analysis with it. There's a lot of ways we can go around this, and I'm not comfortable at this point in time that we're ready for that next step at all. And to Councilman Garza's, that we're in a very foggy time as far as water demand of industry. We know industry's a big user of water on there, that our projections as they sit today might change tomorrow with it. And currently we do have the supply. So if we're looking at some demand that may not come in or come in later, then we could be pushing this off. So I think we've got a lot of homework from today to when we make that decision that happens. And I've got to agree with Councilman Hernandez, we need to be analyzing it every which way we can. And, there's a lot of options if we decide to go the desal route, the build, own, transfer, those kind of issues. On the design side, we're going to get somebody else to design it for us is a total project. That's most common in this industry. And when I say this industry, this is an international, it's very common with it. Or do we do the traditional way that we do? We go hire our own engineers, spend a lot of money. They might not have the expertise on there, and then somebody else build a plant. So there's a lot of homework left to go. But again, I fully support it because we all know on desalinization, your capital cost is one of your biggest inputs. And if we can get interest rates that are a third or maybe a half of what the market rates are, that'll have a huge impact on the ratepayers with it. And if we don't do this and we decide later at some point in time it's a way to go and we have to pay those market rates on there, that will reflect on the bill. So we're looking for watching out for ratepayers. I think this is the thing we need to do today. So, thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I just wanted to add a couple comments. I think about the fact that one of our goals when we met early on as this new council was that we sat down and we talked about what are some of the things that we want to try to accomplish, and desal was on there. And we also talked about other alternative methods. A lot's happened since then. I mean, we started this council meeting today looking at the budget and where we're at midway through the year and what our best case scenario and our worst case scenario is going to be. But I have to agree that this is just part of that process. We talked about in terms of what the ratepayers could expect, and I think we even looked at different breakdowns in terms of analogies as what that possible cost could be. I think demand right now is changing out there every day. But I think this is the smart thing to do. And I think the public, I hope, we had quite a few people that sent in public comment. But again, we've just got to continue to move forward and do our homework, and I think that's part of it. I'm also in agreement that we need to be able to get out there and make sure that we revisit this and that we look at it, and we look at it in context with what's going on today. So for that, I support going forward. Thank you.
Rudy and Gil, or Ms. Warlow? Michael?
I'm good, Mayor.
Okay.
Still holding my second.
Okay.
You can take it from me.
All right. Ms. Warlow? All right. Any other comment? All right, there's a motion and a second. Well, call the roll, please. All in favor? Let's call the roll.
Thanks, Mayor. Okay, so for passage of Resolution 16, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez?
I don't have enough information, so I'm going to vote no.
All right, no. Hunter?
Aye.
Okay. Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo? Okay, I don't hear Ms. Guajardo. I'll mark absent. The resolution passes.
All right. Then that gets us over to,
Number 19.
we did get all the consent agenda items, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, we got 16, 17, go down to 18, which is resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application for $18,000 to the governor's office for criminal justice.
We passed that, Mayor.
Oh, that was,
Yeah, through
that's part of the,
consent.
that was part of the, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm down to 19. Zoning case, J3 PV Investment, District 4, rezoning property at 113 Puerto Vallego, is that right? Vallego Drive. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval with the condition that the side yard setback shall be 3 feet where the PUD adjoins lots that are not part of the development. Who's going to make this presentation? Is it somebody from?
Al Raymond's in the room.
Al, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services, here with Andrew Demas, a Senior City Planner. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 113 Porto Velagio Drive from RMAT, which is multifamily tourist attraction district, to RS 4.5 PUD, single family 4.5 district with a planned unit development. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family residential development. The applicant is J3 PV Investment LP, represented by Urban Engineering. Change the slide, please. The property is located along the east side of State Highway 361, north of Beachcomber Drive, south of Mustang Island Estates Drive. The property primarily fronts along Porto Velagio Drive, which is designated as a local residential street. Within the existing Porto Velagio subdivision, there are approximately 9 single-family homes, as you see there. To the north, south, and east are vacant properties zoned RMAT, multifamily tourist attraction district. To the west are vacant properties zoned CR2, resort commercial district. The property is 4.06 acres and it is platted. The subject property consists of vacant platted lots and has remained undeveloped since 2001. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning to RS 4.5 with a PUD is consistent with the adoptive comprehensive plan, is compatible with the surrounding, with the adjacent properties, and does not pose a negative impact on the surrounding area. Next slide. This is the PUD deviations, which outlines the differences between the UDC requirements and the proposed requirements of the PUD. For example, and I go down the list very quickly, minimum open space, the UDC requires 25%, the PUD will provide 45%. Minimum lot width, the UDC requires 45 width for RS 4.5, the PUD would like 17 feet in lot width. Minimum lot area, the RS 4.5 requires 4,500 square feet, the PUD proposes 1,400 square feet. Minimum front setback, the UDC requires 20 feet. The PUD proposes 10 feet. UDC require on minimum side yards, the PUD, the UDC requires 5 feet, sorry. The PUD proposes 0 feet. Minimum rear yard, UDC requires 5 feet. The PUD proposes 0 feet. Minimum building separation, the UDC requires 10 feet. The PUD proposes 0 feet. Maximum building height, the UDC requires 35 feet. The PUD proposes none. And finally, sidewalks, the UDC requires 5 feet on both sides. The PUD proposes to tie into the existing 4-foot sidewalk that's currently there. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the overall phased master development. Our site is to the lower left-hand. That's the portion that is on the agenda today, but this is an overall picture of what the developer proposes to do in the future. Next slide, please. This PUD, once replatted, will create 24 single-family residential lots. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RS 4.5 with a PUD, RS single-family 4.5 district with a planned unit development. And I'd like to say, for your information, that you see there, Planning Commission initially met on February 19th. For the first time with this item. The commission voted to table the item to allow the developer additional time to engage and reach out to the homeowners, the existing homeowners, to communicate to them more about the proposed development. The Planning Commission then again met on March 4th, and this item was approved with a vote of 5-3. And as the mayor read earlier, it was approved with the condition that the side yard setback would be 3 feet where the PUD adjoined lots that were not part of this new development. And that's my presentation, and we stand by for any questions.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. As Mr. Raymond, that developer did meet with the property owners?
Yes, he did, and twice, maybe 3 times, I think. He did his best to communicate what he wanted to do, and you saw the overall master plan, in which I think he won some over. And as always, there'll always be people that are you can't answer all of the questions.
Okay, and you mentioned on the sidewalks, these are 4-foot sidewalks, that's in the existing development?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's maintaining those with it. Is he looking at that same width in the future development? Is the PUD, is it just in this existing Porto Velagio?
For right now, yes.
Okay. And do we have any indication on future, what the timelines are?
I do not, and he has not mentioned it, but we do have he provided the overall master plan for conversation purposes.
And you had the slide showing that plat on there. Did he change his beachfront lots at all?
Yes, he increased them.
Okay, so
increased the size of them.
He's decreasing some and increasing others?
That's correct.
Okay, and common areas on there, what's he doing there?
This is Andrew Demas with Development Services. There will be 3 common areas with swimming pools for each portion of the proposed PUD, and there will be accessible to all residents of the subdivision. So even those residents that are currently there today will have access to these same amenities.
Okay. When was the last time a house was built in that subdivision?
I believe according to the appraisal district records, it's been at least a decade since the last home was constructed.
Okay. It's been, yeah, that subdivision is basically dead with it. You all know my position on flooding with it, and this is one instance of that. That subdivision did flood with Harvey, and so it would be under the current requirements of finished floor elevation 1 foot above BFE?
Yes. That's correct, sir. Any new construction.
Okay. And if this council would so choose and we'd put 2 feet since it's a PUD, would that be enforceable?
You could absolutely make it a condition of the PUD that it be at 2 feet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Any other comments?
Yes.
Rudy,
Mayor,
Gil?
I have a question. Yes. It seems like you have a lot of opposition here. I'm guessing the developer wasn't able to convince anybody that this was a good idea. I have to agree with Councilman Smith. Is this in a velocity zone?
Part of it is, yes.
So that would require these homes to be on stilts?
Well, and if you see the design package, I think that was forwarded to council the other day, most of the homes are elevated. The living areas are well above base flood elevation, and it probably exceeds even the 2 foot freeboard. Most of those homes are elevated. Even some of the existing homes are elevated as well. So that is already a requirement.
So just out of curiosity, why didn't they just build on the current lots as they stand versus this PUD? And what was the reasoning here? They could have still done homes here to match the existing homes, especially you have that one that sits kind of in the middle on Villa Paloma Drive, it's gonna have these, smaller houses or houses around it, next to it, that are gonna be a completely different zoning.
Well, the developer came to us and he pretty much cited other developments along 361 using this kind of concept, and he approached us, which we can only do this concept with smaller lots, smaller homes with a PUD.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And yet, Rudy, do you have anything?
No, I don't, Mayor.
Michael, Paulette?
No, I'm good, thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Well, for those of you that don't realize it, if you look on that picture on page 502, the city's a big property owner right there to the left of the priest's property going into that little Wilson Cut channel. Just for trivia's information. One of these days, we're gonna get a boat ramp put in there, hopefully get into Wilson Cut, but did you hear that, Mr. Planning Man? Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure I talk to my friend Dan again.
Yeah, boat ramp looked real good out there. Okay. Is this a public hearing?
Yes, it is, Mayor, and I do have one public comment we've received for the record.
All right, well, I don't see, Mr. Smith, you got your light lit up again, or you're getting dangerous. You're punching them on both sides. That's what. Well, we'll open the public hearing, and you say you have a comment that had been received through the public hearing process,
Yes,
which
sir.
keeps us in compliance with the Open Meetings Act, or whatever it is, Public Act.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Open
sir, we're
Meetings
trying to
Act.
be good.
All right, I'm going to read this comment into the record since this is a public hearing. It is from Elisa and David Verratti, and they're at 129 Porto, how are we saying this? Villaggio. That's right, Villaggio. Okay. So to whom it may concern, as owners of the property at 129 Porto Villaggio, we vehemently oppose the proposed changes for a number of reasons. Their public notification slide is misleading for two reasons. The single vote in favor of the proposal is the HOA. The management company running the HOA was hired by the developers to create this HOA after they purchased the land in our subdivision. For them to say that the members of the HOA approved the proposal is misleading at best and likely a conflict of interest. No one at the HOA was authorized to speak for us as our representative or to state that they had our approval for sending the letter. There's not a single homeowner I've spoken to who actually approves of this proposal. The same HOA has just now started repairs to the boardwalk and pool area that have been needed since Hurricane Harvey in 2017, even after they had to pay us new HOA dues in 2018, had us pay new HOA dues in 2018. The timing of these repairs is suspiciously convenient for them, and it is unclear to me if they are really concerned about the best interests of the homeowners they claim to represent. Saying there were only 2 opposed for 0.0874% is also misleading. The notification area only includes 7 of the 9 homeowners in the development. The rest of the notifications are currently vacant lots, protected wetland, or highway. This means they are counting 26 properties unrepresented by people who actually live in or own houses in the subdivision. We are very concerned about this new development that completely disregards the deed restrictions that were in place when we bought the property. Large single-family stucco homes with garages and tile roofs, distinct requirements for building setback and separation were a huge deciding factor for our choice to buy this property. This is one of the few neighborhoods with these qualities. If we wanted to buy a tiny house in a cluster village of lookalikes, we could have had dozens of neighborhoods to choose from and purchased at a much lower price point. We believe the deed restrictions and the HOA requirements would protect our investment and the unique appeal of the subdivision, but these proposed changes would destroy all of those desirable aspects of the subdivision and devalue our existing houses significantly. And then, let's see, our house is currently the smallest in the neighborhood with just over 2,500 square feet of living space on a lot of 5,000 square feet. The minimum restrictions say that the interior dimensions should be no less than 1,500 square feet of livable space. To say that these new structures with 1,400 square foot lots would fit in just fine next to a 2,500 square foot house is simply ridiculous. One of these lots would be right next to our property and would be completely dwarfed by our house. With the proposed 0 lot lines and largely paved property, the runoff could easily cause flooding of our house. The lack of height restrictions is also concerning as that can be abused. We are not opposed to new development, but we would like our investment and our deed restrictions to be respected. This proposal is not respectful of any of that. The developers have not been straightforward with their proposal process, as you can see from comments sent by other residents who were actually able to attend all the meetings. We hope that J3PV Investments will take their ideas back to the drawing board and come up with an idea that is not completely dismissive of the concerns that we all have. And that concludes the comment.
All right, thank you. Deed restrictions.
Yep, Mayor, can you have somebody from, or Al Raymond, can you address those deed restrictions?
Well, the deed restrict, that's exactly why the developer wanted the PUD, to do a new design, do a new product, that is proven, according to him, in other areas in, along 361. So the smaller lots, the stucco homes, those kinds of things, which I guess is in a way true. The developer wanted to get away from that to create more of a urban feel, right? Not a more single family suburban feel. And that's kind of the development he wants to create.
Two things, if I could chime in. The first is to clarify the deed restrictions are privately enforced. So regardless of whether or not the PUD is approved, they would have to have the votes privately to change those deed restrictions. So the zoning has no impact on that issue. Second, the concept behind the developer was to appeal to multiple markets. So you would have some smaller units. As mentioned earlier, there were some lots that were enlarged along the beachfront for larger homes. That's to appeal to a different market. So you're having a combination of different persons who can buy into this property. So it's not the same cookie cutter house that has already been there. And that's why it's been stagnant for 10 years.
Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Demus. Has the developer had any experience on the island?
Yes, sir. He has been the primary developer for the Cinnamon Shores and Sunflower complexes in Port Aransas.
Okay. So we're not talking about somebody who just has a pie in the sky idea then?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Did he say Cinnamon Shores?
Yeah.
That's a pretty nice subdivision. Real nice subdivision. Anybody else have any comments? All right. Then I need a motion to approve and the staff.
Close the public hearing, please,
Excuse me?
Mayor.
Close the public hearing?
Yes, please.
Man, I'm glad you're here. Close the public hearing and we'll take item, was it 19?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve subject to a 2-foot,
A 3-foot?
2-foot,
2-foot?
2-foot above BFE.
Oh.
Finished floor, all finished floors shall be 2 feet above BFE within the PUD.
I'll second that.
All right. There's a motion then to amend, is that the recommendation, the motion to amend it? Already
I
had it,
mean,
have we?
we amend it first, it's clear, and then we can pass it as amended.
I didn't have my light on. I make a motion to amend to require all floors within the PUD to be 2 feet above, all finished floor elevations be 2 feet above the base flood elevation.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Guajardo had
Or
something.
Ms. Guajardo, second, all right. That's a
And she
motion to
accepts it.
amend with those requirements. All right, call the roll, please.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion on that amendment? We had a motion and a second. All right, Ms. Guajardo?
Huerta.
Huerta.
For the record, Rebecca Huerta, City Secretary. So for passage of the motion to amend, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
Council Members Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera,
Aye.
Garza,
Aye.
and Guajardo.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes, and we can pass it now, if there's a motion, to pass that ordinance as amended. on
Motion
first
to
reading.
approve as amended.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to approve as amended, and there's a second. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Yes.
Ms. Guajardo's waiting on you.
So for passage of the ordinance 19, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with ignoring the deed restriction, so I'm voting no.
No. Okay. Hunter? Mr. Hunter, are you there?
Aye.
Okay. Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
No? Okay. Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
Guajardo?
Aye.
The ordinance passes. Oh, did you? I thought you said no. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
No. For
We
the
made the
record,
motion.
Mr. Smith. Well, I know. I thought you said no.
That's weird.
I've
Well,
heard.
you can
I've
make a
seen
motion,
weirder
vote no.
things. He didn't. Well, never mind. The mayor didn't know my name. Weird things are happening with this.
Hey,
item.
hey,
What can I say?
it's been a long day.
Okay, it passes. Thank you.
Okay, item number 20, it's a zoning case. Is this also a public hearing? Yes, it is. Over in District 3, ordinance rezoning property at 5506 Kane Drive from R6 Single Family District to CN-1 Neighborhood Commercial District.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone property located at 5506 Kane Drive from RS6 Single Family 6 District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a professional office and a professional office with an attached storage garage. The applicant is Nazare Mohammed Rizi. Next slide, please. The property is located along the north side of Kane Drive, west of South Staple Street, and east of Burton Lane. The property primarily fronts Kane Drive, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north and west is a single-family subdivision zoned RS6. To the south is a mini storage business zoned RS6 SP. And to the east is a professional office park zoned CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The property is 0.91 acres in size, and it is platted. The subject property consists of vacant land and has remained vacant since annexation in 1954. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning to CN1 is inconsistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. However, the proposed use is consistent with Plan CC and warrants an amendment to the future land use map. The proposed zoning also is incompatible with the surrounding properties, and it does pose a negative impact on the surrounding area. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District in lieu of, therefore, approval of RS6 SP Single Family 6 District with a special permit. The Planning Commission met on this on February 19th with staff recommending denial, and the Planning Commission decided to table this case so that staff could work with the applicant on a special permit. The issue was pushing commercial use further into the residential zoning area. This case came to Planning Commission again on March 4th, which unanimously recommended denial of the CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District in lieu of approval of the RS6 with a special permit. We stand by for any questions.
All right, anybody have any questions? What is that, across the street from it over there in that gray area on, those are mini storage warehouses?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then I'm trying to think, Staple and Cane's, is that restaurant that around the corner there, is that?
Yes, that is the new Brewster's South Side at Staples and Holly, which is almost across the street, across Kane Drive.
Yeah, that's Brewster Street there, used to be the old Gardendale Baptist Church area?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm up a block too far, I guess. I thought that Brewster was on Holly and Staples.
It's on the backside of Brewster.
Yeah, yeah, okay. All right. All right, well, any other comment? We'll open the public hearing on item number 20. Do you have any comment,
No,
public
sir.
comment?
There were no comments received for
in-
this item,
In
sir.
support of or in opposition to? No public comment?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Okay, and this vote takes a three-quarter vote approval.
Well,
Right.
only if you're going with the applicant's request, not staff and planning commissions.
So what exactly are we voting on?
Well, what's before you now is the RS6 with a special permit.
Right,
Once we close the public.
okay, but I mean, the staff concurs with that?
Yes, that's right. Mhm. Right, Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Okay. And no other public comment? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Any other comment by council?
Mayor, I move for approval of the RS6 with a special permit as recommended by the Planning Commission and the council, and well, that's.
Planning
that-
Commission and staff.
Yeah, by commission and staff.
On item 20.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a second? Second. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? You turn your light off? Oh. Any comments out in the cloud?
Nope.
Ms. Huerta, if you'll call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. So for passage of ordinance number 20 on its first reading, Mayor McComb,
Aye.
council members Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Molina,
Aye.
Roy,
Aye.
Smith,
Aye.
Barrera, Garza,
Aye.
and Guajardo.
Aye.
Ordinance passes.
All right, item 22, zoning case Margot Lynn Moore, District 4 ordinance, rezoning property at or near 7517 South Padre Island Drive.
It's 21, Mayor.
What'd I
Just to-
say?
22. It's 21.
I'm trying to get through with this meeting.
You're doing it.
Item 21,
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 7517 South Padre Island Drive from RS6, Single Family 6 District to CG2, General Commercial District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a bank. The applicant is Margot Lynn Moore, represented by George Clower. Next slide, please. The property is located along the south side of South Padre Island Drive, east of Rodville Road and west of Lexington Road. The property primarily fronts South Padre Island Drive, which is designated as an F1 freeway express street. To the north, across Padre Island, is an apartment complex zoned RM1, multifamily District 1, and vacant, a portion of vacant property which is zoned CG2, General Commercial District. To the south and east are vacant, unplatted tracts of land zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District, and to the west is a restaurant and a convenience store zoned CG2, General Commercial District. The subject property is 2.07 acres in size, and it is not platted. The subject property consists of vacant land and has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1954. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning to CG2 is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and the rezoning is compatible with the surrounding properties and does not pose a negative impact. Next slide, please. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval of CG2 General Commercial District. We stand by for any questions.
all right, anybody on the council have questions on the new bank? Open it up for public comment. Open up the public hearing for comment. Is there any, did you receive any comment?
No, sir.
There's no public comment received in favor of or in opposition to this request.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
It's Michael. I would like to make a motion to approve on this.
A motion to approve?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I don't hear any more public comment during the public comment period. Close the public hearing. All right, there's, Mr. Hunter makes a motion to approve.
Second.
And there's a second. Any further discussion? If you call the roll, Ms. Worth.
For passage of ordinance number 21 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Councilmembers Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter.
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera. Garza.
Aye.
And Wahardo.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
All right, so that, 21, 22, regular agenda, we don't have, well, let's see, your first reading ordinance, authorizing the conversion, 12 firefighters from positions 1 to firefighter 2 in the EMS.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. Item number 22 is an ordinance authorizing the conversion of 12 firefighter 1 positions to firefighter 2 EMS positions for a total cost of $30,888 to provide adequate staffing of an additional medic unit that is being placed into service in District 2 at Fire Station number 7 in accordance with the FY 2020 budget. And I stand by for any questions.
All right, anybody have any questions of the chief other than how you doing these days?
I have a
$2 million. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
I have a question, Chief or Mayor, whoever. Chief. Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. Chief Rocha, I'm just curious where is this one going? The unit?
This medic unit will be stationed at Fire Station number 7 on Staples.
Is that the one over by, close to Gullahar, I guess?
By Dodderidge, over by Starbucks.
Oh, okay, okay.
How
And so
convenient.
I imagine you do that those are placed based on calls, your volume? Or
Correction, ma'am.
and I'm asking Chief Rocha because I'm concerned with the south side. I know we have Yorktown, I forget the numbers, but we've got a station out here on Yorktown, but I don't know that there's a medic unit that close by. I mean, I know we get it done, when something happens or one is needed, but is there a need on this side that you see or forthcoming even?
Yes, Councilwoman, you bring up a very good question. Medic 7 was chosen because of the call volume in the area. Fire Station number 7 is adjacent to 2 busy fire stations, Fire Station number 3 on Morgan and Fire Station number 8 on Costoris, and makes a perfect segue into relieving the call volume at those 2 stations, but then providing better response times in the Staples and Doddridge area. After that, what we plan on doing is we're going to have 2 reserve apparatus. One will be placed at station number 12 over on Rand Morgan, and the other one will be placed over on Yorktown, station 17, Yorktown and Rodfield. And the reason and the purpose for that is that those ambulances will be surge capacity ambulances, meaning that whenever that we have a situation in which we need more ambulances, the firefighters will cross-staff that medic unit and be able to utilize the ambulance whenever necessary. We do see an uptick in response over in the both in the Annabelle area, but also in the Yorktown Rodfield area. And so I will tell you that the plans for the fire department are to one day be able to staff whenever staffing is allowed.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, because I think it's needed, but again, the staffing. But we've got that on the radar then.
Mayor, this is Councilman Hernandez. I'd like to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Chief, I'm assuming on the south side you have the medics at station number 4 and station number 6 that cover most of the south side, correct?
Councilman Hernandez, the only station that has a dedicated medic unit 24/7 is Fire Station 14. I do have a truck company and an engine company at Station 4, and I do have an engine company, a battalion chief out at Engine 17. I can tell you that the forecast for the department is that 17s will be a prime area for additional medic unit resources once staffing becomes available. In surge, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What about station number 6 on Weber?
They have a medic unit there, sir.
They have a medic unit, so I'm looking at the coverage, it's station number 4 and station number 6 that do most of the south side, correct?
We would classify south side would be 6, 14, 4, and 17 would covers that area, sir.
What was the third one? Not 17, not 4, not 6. What was the fourth one?
Fire Station 14 over on Staples.
By the Wiener Schnitzel, right?
Right next door.
Okay. And then what about plans for, I mean, it's not my district, but number 18, the new one?
Fire Station 18, it currently has a medic unit, a battalion chief, and a air truck, a truck that fills air bottles. It's not forecast for a medic unit now, but I'm sure it'll be in line for one later on down the road.
Well, I think when the construction happens on the newly annexed area, probably you'll need it, but that'll be down the road.
Move to
Yes, sir.
approve.
Keep a close eye on the responses in that district, sir.
All righty, thank you.
I've got a motion to approve, Mr. Molina. Got a motion second. Any further discussion? Ms. Worth, would you call the roll?
Yes, sir. For passage of ordinance number 22 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter.
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera. Garza.
Aye.
And Wahardo.
Aye.
Ordinance passes.
All right, the last item on our agenda today, and I can't imagine anybody voting no on this, but you never know. Accepting $281,250 air quality planning grant from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and appropriating it in the Community Enrichment Grant Fund number 1071.
Move to approve.
Will you explain this, Mr. Zanoni, or are we just gonna take it
Well,
on faith
Dan
value?
McGinn is in the staff lounge. He'll do just a 1-minute brief on it. Dan, you there still?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just do a quick update on this. We received these in the past, but it had been a number of years, so this is the first time getting this grant again. But go ahead, Dan.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of Planning and Environmental Services. Yes, this next item is an ordinance accepting and appropriating a grant of $281,000 from the TCQ for air quality. We did receive this grant from 1995 through 17, along with various other communities across the state that were near non-attainment status. This funding was cut in the 18-19 TCQ budget, but was reinstated during the last legislative session. Our plans with these funds would be to subcontract with Texas A&M Corpus Christi, like we did in the past, to do the air monitoring. And then they would report that information back to us, and then we would supply that to TCQ to show them that we're still within that attainment status. And obviously, being in attainment is critical to everyone through vehicle, testing and going through the, automatic auto checks, and critical for business operation and our ability to recruit industrial opportunities to the community. So it's an important thing that we need to monitor and closely watch, and staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, that's good news. That's not, at 281, that's not a 1-year contract, that's a 4, 5, or 6-year contract, right?
That's for 2 years.
For the monitoring?
Yes.
Man, we're in the wrong business. Okay, well, we'll entertain a motion for item 23. We'll take the grant.
There's one on the floor, Mayor. A motion and a second.
We'll then call the roll, Ms. Worth.
For passage of ordinance number 23 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter. Mr. Hunter?
Aye.
Molina?
Aye.
Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
Aye.
And Wahardo.
Aye.
Ordinance passes.
All right, if I'm looking on my agenda, we said there was no executive session for 24, is that correct?
That's correct.
And identifying the agenda items for
Foothills.
future agenda items, anybody have any of those? I can't imagine you would have any, but we're not meeting until the 12th again. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
The, I don't know that we would, in the event, depending on what the governor does on his announcement on the 27th, I mean, if he opens up things, then, I mean, that pretty much supersedes anything we've got, right?
Everything the governor does supersedes, everything the governor does supersedes our order, of course.
But we could keep, if we, okay, we won't get into all the technical stuff. I don't really see a reason to call a council meeting unless we need to do something to respond to anything the governor does or doesn't do on his, for his press conference in terms of the coronavirus.
It depends what is done. There may be preemptive effect to what the governor does that simply makes part of our order ineffective at some point.
Okay.
And it expires on the 30th anyway.
Yeah, so our order expires on the 30th. So unless we call a special meeting, we won't meet till the 12th, is that right?
But you got 7 days.
Well, I mean, if we have to do something, we can do something. Or if push comes to shove, we could call a special council meeting. But right now, there's no plan, so. Anybody else have anything good for the organization? Did you get everything recorded properly today by the voice votes?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Just got to keep the city secretary happy. Anything else for the good of the organization? This meeting is adjourned.